Mr. Bailiff, if you'll show the jury in, please.
All right.
Be seated, please. Would the state call its next witness, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Next witness is Kristen Cullen.
Good morning. Would you raise your right hand and be sworn in by the clerk, please?
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that you will be able to do the truth and the whole truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat and kind of adjust the microphone so you can speak into it. And then I'm going to ask you to state your name and then spell your name for the court reporter.
Of course. My name is Kristen Cullen, Kristincullen.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may do so.
Thank you. Ms. Cullen, in July 19th of 2023, what job did you have at that point?
I was a medical legal death investigator with the 8th Judicial Circuit,
And what
the Medical
exactly?
Examiner's Office.
I'm sorry. Thank you. What exactly is that?
So, medical legal death investigation is under the Medical Examiner's Office. We're tasked with recording the events surrounding and leading up to a death for individuals that fall or may fall under the jurisdiction of the medical examiner, so unattended, unplanned deaths.
Can you tell the jury your educational experience?
Of course. I have a bachelor's degree from the University of Florida, and I majored in forensic anthropology and entomology, so bugs and bones.
And can you tell the jury your work experience?
Of course. I started with the medical examiner's office in 2007 as an unpaid internship, and then in 2008 I started doing autopsy, and I moved into investigations in 2011 and stayed there until August of this year.
Roughly, Ms. Cullen, how many autopsies have you been involved in your career working with the medical examiner's office? I know that was for quite a while, but just roughly.
Hundreds? I don't have a count because
Okay. But it would be in the hundreds.
Yeah, it's a wide area.
Okay.
Hundreds or thousands.
Okay. Let me take you to specifically July 19th of 2023. Did you receive a call from the Baker County Sheriff's Office?
I did.
And who did you receive a call from?
I don't have my ROI in front of me. It was a detective who was recorded in my ROI. I apologize.
Was it Detective Dougherty?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do once you received that call?
I logged the basic information into our computer to generate a case number, and I proceeded to Ed Frazier Memorial Hospital.
And did you meet with Detective Dougherty when you got to the hospital?
I did.
Can you describe to the jury what you saw when you got to the hospital?
So in the exam room, it was the first exam room, was the decedent who was on a hospital bed. She was covered, and I proceeded to take photos and record what I was seeing, where she was, and to also speak with the detective.
What would you say was your initial synopsis when you first arrived?
In terms of the decedent's appearance?
Yes.
Okay. She didn't have any trauma. There were no bruises, even those kind of typical for an older baby. There was no obvious injuries, and she had livor mortis, which is the shifting of the blood after death. The blood pools where somebody lays because it's not flowing through the body. And she did not have rigor mortis, which is the stiffening of the muscle fibers. So that was not present. So that told me this was pretty recent. And she was very warm, very hot to the touch, which is incredibly unusual.
Can you explain to the jury what is mottled livor mortis?
Of course. So the mottled appearance, a better word might be splotchy. It's not really a fixed border, and that's reasonable because the child had been moved by EMS and, you know, hospital workers trying to save her life. So that appearance is expected.
And where did you observe mottled livor mortis, specifically on the child's body?
So specifically, I apologize, I don't have my report in front of me.
That's okay.
I had it electronically and we were told not to put those there. So around the borders where, so for instance, if somebody died sitting, I'm sitting, you might find the pooling in a downward position, maybe in my legs. So towards the top of where those pooling areas would be pretty well defined. You'd have a border of pink versus white, in her case because she's of lighter skin, where you would see the settling. So in those splotchy areas, it would be a little bit more patterned, more dappled or splotchy or mottled. Does that make sense? And those were consistent with her having been seated. So she was told to me to have been in a baby seat. And then where those were kind of shifting is consistent with somebody had moved her within X amount of time.
So what you observed was consistent with the child being, would you say, slightly reclined in a seated position, like from the car seat?
Yes.
And you said that the child felt unusually hot to the touch.
It was very hot to the touch, which is very unusual because a small child's body cools quickly. And very often they're not warm at all. They're more cool or even cold by the time we come on the scene, you know, sometimes an hour or so later. So for this child to be physically hot to the touch was very unusual.
What did you do next, Miss Colin?
So I removed her, she was covered by a sheet, which is standard in her hospital bed, and I removed that. I photographed her in place, and then I photographed her on her front and her back, and I moved her clothing as was reasonable to look for any other, you know, to see where the pattern continued. I did not remove her clothing, but just where it was in situ to see if there were any obvious injuries and to look for that livor mortis pattern to see if it was consistent and record it for the doctor.
What did you do next, Miss Colin?
So when I was done recording and speaking with the detective and the hospital staff, I took my findings and left to go back to the medical examiner's office to write everything up. I did not take the decedent's body with me. I was told that the family wanted to say goodbye so that there were additional procedures.
And so the body would have been transported later?
Yes. Normally we do take it, but sometimes these things happen and it's very reasonable.
Did you have any other involvement in this case?
No.
Your Honor, I think that's all I have. I tender the witness if the defense has questions.
Cross?
Does have no questions.
Okay. Can this witness be excused?
Yes, she can be excused.
Very well. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Would the state call its next witness, please?
Thomas Coyne.
All right, sir, if you will please raise your right hand and be sworn by the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you will give will be the truth and the whole truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. If you'll have a seat and then adjust the microphone so you can speak into it, and then I will ask you to please state your name and then spell your name.
Sure. Thomas Coyne, C-O-Y-N-E. Thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Coyne, what is your occupation?
Sure. I'm the current chief medical examiner for the District 2 Medical Examiner's Office based in Tallahassee.
Dr. Coyne, can you tell the jury what is your educational background?
Sure. Undergraduate degree from Rutgers University, followed by an MD from Robert Wood Johnson Medical School, which is also Rutgers University. And at the same time, I completed a PhD in toxicology and pharmacology from Rutgers University. After that, I completed a residency training in pathology or general pathology known as anatomic pathology at the Hospital of the University of Pennsylvania. At that same time, I completed subspecialty training in neuropathology. And then I went to Miami, the Miami-Dade Medical Examiner's Office, where I completed a year in forensic pathology training. So currently, right now, I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, neuropathology, and forensic pathology.
And can you also tell the jury your work experience?
Sure. So after Miami, I worked for approximately 8 years in Fort Myers, Florida, at the District 21 Medical Examiner's Office. I started out as the Associate Medical Examiner and moved up to the Deputy Chief. After that, I came to Gainesville, where I worked as the Chief Medical Examiner for District 8 for approximately 18 months, and then took over as the Chief Medical Examiner in Tallahassee now, almost 3 months now.
Doctor, what is pathology?
Sure. Pathology is an area of medicine, much like general medicine. We sort of work behind the scenes. A pathologist's job really is to study disease and identify disease in all its forms. And we work in hospital systems and with general practitioners, generally receiving tissues, fluids, or examining the person when they're deceased through autopsy. The goal of which is to identify disease, assist the physician in identifying and following treatment for that disease, or in deceased persons like I work with, trying to identify cause and manner of death.
And doctor, what is the difference between pathology and forensic pathology?
Sure. Pathology, again, is just the general study of disease, and we use a whole host of tools, from molecular genetics, histology, autopsy practice to identify disease. Forensics goes a little further, such that we understand or learn about the mechanisms of how injury occurs. Not just injury or injury in all forms, but also patterns of decomposition, how decomposition occurs, environmental injury, get a little toxicology and poisonings in there as well. And we use that, again, to really come together and figure out why a person dies and then the manner of why a person dies.
So you're board certified in forensic pathology?
Yes, I am.
And what does board certification mean?
The American Board of Pathology has a process by which we undergo certification. So generally it's an exam that we take after training, and then that's followed up yearly with just maintenance of certification.
Can you tell the jury your duties as the medical examiner?
Sure. As the medical examiner, whether it was in District 8 or District 2, I oversee all of the cases that fall under our jurisdiction for that area. And so my goal is to work with law enforcement or other local hospital physicians to, again, figure out why a person died and arrive at a cause and manner of death. I also oversee the operations of the office, work with our medical death investigators, and again, interact with multiple law enforcement agencies throughout the area.
Doctor, does part of your job include doing autopsies to determine the cause and manner of death?
Yes, it does.
Approximately how many autopsies have you performed or assisted with, would you say?
Approaching around 3,500 now.
Can you explain to the jury what exactly is an autopsy?
Yeah, sure. An autopsy is like examining a live patient in an office. It begins first by looking at the external features of a body. So we look just for normal body features, height, weight, hair color, and then we look to see, is this person congenitally normal? Are there any other disease processes or injuries that may explain why this person is deceased? After we document all of our external findings, we move internal. So we will look at all of the internal body cavities. So the abdominal cavity, the chest cavity, the cranial vault to look at the brain. And again, we will look at all those organs, seeing are they structurally normal? Are there any disease processes or injuries that I may observe? And then putting it all together to arrive at, again, the cause and manner of death.
Doctor, I want to bring you to this case specifically.
Sure.
Did you perform an autopsy on a Uriah Page?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember when and where?
It was at the District 8 Medical Examiner's Office in Gainesville. I believe it was July 21st, 2023.
And did you determine how old Araya Page was?
Yes, it was. So her age was made available to us through investigation, and she was 10 months old.
And when you did the autopsy on her, just generally, what was the first thing you did, the procedures you would normally go through?
Sure. It began with the external examination and making the determination that this was a congenitally normal 10-month-old female without any observable congenital abnormalities or developmental abnormalities.
So you didn't observe any external abnormalities?
Other than the fact that she had early features of decomposition and there was some desiccation or drying of the oral cavity that was visible on inspection.
And then did you move to the internal examination?
Yes.
Let me start with the external examination. Can you tell the jury specifically what you did with the external examination regarding Araya Page?
Sure. So it begins by essentially taking photo documenting the body as it's received. So we'll open the body bag. If there are any clothing or medical devices that are present, we will remove them, document them, and then again begin looking literally from head to toe, examining the eyes, the ears, the mouth, the external body features. And again, as I mentioned, the only thing I can report here, normal developmental 10-month-old female. She had drying of the oral cavity, and we were able to see green discoloration of the abdomen, which is a characteristic of early decomposition.
Would you say that upon the external examination that Araya Page presented as a normally developed, well-nourished child?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what is rigor mortis and what is liver mortis?
Sure. Rigor mortis is just basically after death, the muscles of the body will move into a contracted state. And that's because as we die and blood flow stops, the movement of energy into our muscles ceases. And so therefore, the muscles become contracted. And then that firm contracted state is what we call rigor mortis. Over time, anywhere from 6 to 12 hours, that will break due to the process of decomposition. And so then we will say rigor mortis is passed. Livor mortis refers to the settling of blood within our body after death. And so the heart is no longer pumping, blood will settle based on gravity, and so it will settle into the skin, and you will begin to see discoloration in the skin. Generally, if you were laying on your back, let's say, you would see that discoloration in the back of the head, the back of the legs. That is called livor mortis. That also will become fixed over about 6 to 12 hour period as decomposition sets in. So initially, the livor mortis can move. So if a body is found on its back and then it's moved within, let's say, an hour period, flipped overwards, the livor can move based upon gravity. But over the course of, like I said, 6 to 12 hours, it will become fixed.
And did you see signs of livor mortis?
Yes.
And specifically, what was that again, doctor? I'm sorry.
So sure, yeah. So the livor mortis on the decedent here was mostly posterior, fixed as well. So it looked as if she had, for instance, I think the report came to us that she was within a car seat at the time of her death, and her livor mortis pattern was consistent with that.
Did you notice anything unusual about the child's lips?
Again, just the desiccation and also the degree of decomposition, which is a little more advanced than I would have expected for her time of death.
Did you determine a reason for that?
Sure. Again, we're dependent upon the information that's presented us at the time, and so of course I knew that this child had been left within a car seat, in a car, in a vehicle, exposed to sun for an approximate 5-hour period, and so that would be consistent with those findings.
Did you then move, doctor, to doing an internal examination?
I did.
Can you tell the jury what you did with the internal examination and your findings with that?
Sure. So again, as I said before, we examined all of the internal body cavities, all of the organs, and essentially she was a normal developing child, no gross evidence of any congenital abnormalities or any other reason that I would have seen to have led to her death. based upon organ pathology. The only thing I can say that was a little bit out of the ordinary was the fact that her lungs were a little bit full of fluid, or edematous, as we say, and as well.
As part of the autopsy, were toxicology tests done on Araya Page?
Yes.
And what were the results of the toxicology testing?
They were negative for drugs of abuse.
So there was nothing.
That's correct.
So would it be fair to say from your external examination and your internal examination, Araya Page seemed to be a well-nourished child with no abnormalities at all?
That's correct.
Based on your experience and training, do you have an opinion as to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause of death of Araya Page?
Yes, complications of hyperthermia.
And what is hyperthermia?
Hyperthermia refers to all of the pathophysiological processes that occur when our body temperature becomes elevated, or severely elevated in this case.
Is that the same as heat stroke?
Hyperthermia is the overarching term. Heat stroke is a clinical presentation that occurs during that process, and that's sort of the end stage, if you will. If heat stroke isn't attended to, then the person could die or have severe consequences thereof. And so heat stroke, heat exhaustion, those are all clinical presentations of hyperthermia.
But in this case, you determined the cause of death to be hyperthermia.
That's correct.
In your career as a medical examiner, have you dealt with patients who have succumbed to hyperthermia?
Yes, both adult and pediatric.
And pediatric. Roughly how many pediatric cases have you dealt with?
Over the course of 10 years in Florida, I've had approximately 4 cases I was involved with of children who died due to they're being left within a car on a hot day. I've also had cases of exhaustion, external or environmental hyperthermia in both kids and adults as well.
Can you explain to the jury what type of training and education you have in relation to dealing with hyperthermia and what that is?
Sure. Well, it starts with your medical training. And so, of course, to triage a patient who is hyperthermic, you have to understand all of the underlying processes or pathophysiological processes, if you will, that occur when a person's body is overheated. That goes from febrile illnesses or having a fever to hyperthermia, meaning it's not driven by the hypothalamus. And so yes, so you start in medical school with that, how to recognize it, what you do to treat those patients, and then from a pathology standpoint, you learn about how to identify those changes in tissues or in a deceased person. So from the beginning of my career on to the end of my training, I've had education, if you will, about hyperthermia.
And doctor, can you describe to the jury if an individual has passed away from hyperthermia, what happens to the body?
Sure. Well,
in that instance,
I talked a little bit before about accelerated decomposition, or the fact that in this case I was able to see green discoloration of the abdomen. So when a person dies and they have elevated body temperature, it accelerates the processes of decomposition, especially with hyperthermia, because part of that process, as a person is trying to compensate for the elevated body temperature, the circulation is sort of rerouted, if you will. Blood vessels dilate in the periphery to allow you to get rid of excess heat. Sweating occurs, and that usually comes at the compromise of circulation to our gut. And so even in persons who are living, they tend to have some underlying gut pathology. And that can also allow the bacteria within our gut to get out of our gut and get into our body tissues. And a person who's live could also present to a hospital with sepsis because of that. But for me, looking at a deceased person, when that process begins while the person is live and it continues after death. So therefore, the movement of bacteria out of the gut into your tissues allows for the acceleration of decomposition. That is further accelerated because of the higher body temperatures. And so the bacteria thrive in those environments. And so in this particular case, I was able to see changes to her body that I would have normally not seen had she been maintained at a normal body temperature.
what happens to the body temperature in a situation like this?
And hypothermia, well, especially in a child, it rapidly changes. And so normally, we exist around 98.6, let's say. Kids have a much larger body surface area relative to their mass. And so they have a lot more surface area that can rapidly heat up, especially if they're placed into a very warm environment. A car like that, even on a mild day, anywhere from like 70 degrees to, let's say, 95 plus, can get very warm on the inside in a rapid amount of time, even if the car had prior air conditioning running prior to being turned off. So within a 20 to 30 minute time frame, temperatures can exceed 115 degrees up to even, studies have shown up to 140 degrees. And so a child in that environment will rapidly begin to have an elevation of heart rate. They will have an elevation of breathing. Their body is trying to get rid of excess heat. And in doing so, it puts an inordinate strain on the heart. It leads to incredible rapid losses of fluid, so they will begin to dehydrate very rapidly. And it leads to derangements in electrolytes. And because blood flow is being rerouted to just support the heart, the brain, the vital organs, other organs like your gut, your kidneys begin to shut down, and you begin to have organ failure. And if that progresses, the heart itself usually stops, or you have a dysrhythmia.
What other type of organ damage would an infant experience who is experiencing hyperthermia?
It will affect almost every organ in the body, from the skin to the gut, but most importantly, the vital organs, the heart and the brain, are compromised. The brain especially, because we have loss of oxygen due to, as the pressures drop, because your body is massively dilating blood vessels to get rid of excessive heat, that leads to decreased perfusion of vital structures in the brain. And a child's brain is different than our brain. It requires more per minute volume of blood flow because their brain is developing. And so there are certain brain regions can become hypoxic, and that could lead to irreversible brain damage, even if you treat this child and you resuscitate them from this presentation. But again, the most vital organs that sustain damage will be the heart and the brain.
Would the brain swell?
Yes.
Body temperature would obviously raise. What would be the temperature that it could go up to?
Sure. The body will move up to whatever temperature is within the car. I mean, so generally death will occur prior to a person going above 10 degrees. Your organs will shut down. But even after a person is deceased, your body temperature will match that of its environment if it's there long enough.
So if the vehicle were 120, the body temperature would go to 120. If it was 130, it would go to 130.
That's correct.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Doctor, I think that's all that I have. I tender the witness, Your Honor.
Very well. Cross-examination?
Good morning, Doctor.
How are you?
You and I have spoken before.
Yes, we have.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple of questions about your career up to this point.
Sure.
I think you told us that you went to Rutgers University and then to, I guess, a medical school that was there, correct?
Yes, Robert Wood Johnson.
I missed the date that you graduated. I'm sorry.
I graduated 2009. 2006, my PhD. 2009, my MD.
And did you become certified as a physician at Rutgers or in Florida?
So 2009, I completed my, actually it would have been 2009, I completed the first two steps of the USMLE, which is the United States Medical Licensing Exam. 2010, during my first year of residency, I completed the third and final step of the United States medical licensing exam. After completion of my residency in 2014, I then became certified in anatomic pathology and neuropathology. And then following year, I completed my forensic pathology training, and so I became board certified in forensic pathology, and that should have been 2015.
When did you come to Florida?
Came to Florida 2013.
I think you told us you were the assistant ME in Fort Myers, I believe you said?
Yep, started out, I was hired as an associate medical examiner, and then within, I think, 2 years, I became the deputy chief, and I was that up till 2022 when I left. Yep.
So you've been doing autopsies or in this field of pathology since about 2013?
Autopsy since 2009 when I started residency. Yep.
Doctor, you mentioned something about being board certified, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You have what's called a CV. Do you know what that is?
Yes.
Do you have one?
I do, yes.
Okay. In that CV, do you list this educational background that you have?
Yes. Yeah.
Do you also list any articles you may have written on
Yes.
the subject? How many do you think you've written?
Abstracts I've published probably 25, and articles is probably close to, I'd say 15 to 20, I presume.
How many?
Probably 15 to 20, I presume.
15 to 20?
In that
Okay.
range, yes.
These are articles that are published in some type of medical journal?
Yes.
Do you recall what journals those were?
They vary. They're pathology journals, neuroscience journals. I even have a journal of veterinary medicine as well.
In veterinary medicine, you said?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Is that standard for individuals in your field to do that?
Yes, more so, I'd say, for those of us who have that PhD background, because we sort of come out of a research area. But yes, it's very common for doctors to publish.
Are your articles ever cited by other doctors?
Yeah, I believe they are, yeah.
Is that a common practice as
Yes.
well in your
Yeah,
field?
yes, it is, yeah.
Right. So things like writing articles and having your articles referenced or cited are things that are common in the field of
Yes.
your field and generally in science in general, correct?
Yeah, that's how we progress medicine, yep.
How you progress medicine. In other fields as well in science, correct?
That's correct.
Doctor, in this particular case, I don't know if you gave us the date. What date was the autopsy done?
July 21st,
And the child died on July 19th?
July 19th, yeah.
Right. Would you agree with me that when you examined Araya Page, she had no signs of any injuries?
Correct.
No, what I would call trauma. Is that correct?
Correct.
Define that for the jury. What's trauma mean?
Yeah, sure. Trauma, we tend to break it down into blunt trauma versus sharp trauma. And our blunt trauma encompasses all injuries like abrasions or, say, bruises or contusions where a force was applied to the body or body tissues. That it also includes fractures. It includes hemorrhage within body temperatures, like tissues, whether it be a bruise in the arm or even a hemorrhage within an organ. Sharp injuries include, cutting, cuts from sharp injuries. Lacerations tend to fall under the blunt category as tearing of tissues. Those are all the types of injuries we would describe.
And I think the state asked you how many times you may have examined children, done autopsies on children, correct?
Yes. Of my, probably well over 500. I mean, I started out training at the Penn and the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, so I had a lot of exposure of infant autopsies in the early part of my career, and that's continued. I'd say probably what we see as medical examiners, maybe 10% of our cases are pediatric cases.
10%?
Yeah.
Okay. I think I wrote down that you said that you believe you've done 4 autopsies of children that were left in a hot car.
That's correct, yeah.
Now, When you say that, you mean in the district that you were in at the time, correct?
Yes, so that's from my time in Miami through Fort Myers and, of course, Gainesville.
And how many medical districts are there in the state of Florida?
There are 25.
So you've worked in 3 of them,
Yes.
and you've seen 4 hot cars.
Well, I've worked in more than just 3. You know,
Okay.
we kind of move around a little bit, but yes.
Okay. Are you aware that there's more than that in the state of Florida?
Yes.
Is it a common thing, would you say?
For children left in hot, not common, but I know it does occur every year. Yeah.
I want to ask you about something you said toward the end of your testimony. I wrote this down, and if I have it wrong, you correct me, okay? You said, even on a mild day, and I think you gave temperatures between maybe 75 and 90 something. I don't recall exactly what you said.
Yeah, so there has been a number of studies that have been performed. I think of the largest one out in San Francisco, looking at the differences in internal car temperatures on cars left within or in exposure to full sun, and temperatures ranging from like 72 degrees up through I think 96, and it didn't really have a difference with regards to how rapid temperature can increase within a car, and even in mild temperatures you could still achieve very high internal temperatures.
Okay. So just to make sure I'm clear, you said there were studies that have been done.
That's correct.
That even on days when the outside temperature is somewhere between 72 and 96,
Yeah, that's correct.
you can have a child or someone die in a car, correct?
Correct. Right.
And you also said that based on these studies, a car can become very hot in 20 to 30 minutes. Is that correct?
Correct.
Let me ask you generally about the studies that you referred to. You, like every other doctor, relies on other people's work to form your own opinions, correct?
Correct.
You never did your self-research on these hot car deaths in the sense that you did research on your own.
No, I have not.
So you, like every other expert, you rely upon things that you read from other people, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That's true about a lot of what you do.
Yes, very true.
I think you said in that same part about the 20 to 30 minutes, you said the temperature can reach 115 degrees. Is that what the studies show?
Right. Well, yeah, it can certainly get above that high. I know some studies have shown temperatures even reaching close to 150 degrees. I don't know the correlation between that and the external temperature, but certainly whether it be mild or temperatures above 90, they can certainly get into the 115 range in a short period of time.
In 20 or 30 minutes.
Yeah, correct.
And I think you told us earlier that death for anyone would occur at about 110 degrees, correct?
Correct.
And that's at the max, right?
Yeah, that's, again, the even temperatures, mild external temperatures in a normal heat of summer, it puts a stress on your body to have increased temperature regulation. So higher than normal temperatures are a stress to our body.
I just want to be sure I'm clear. So you're saying at 110 degrees at a max, a person would die?
If they're kept in there for a long period of time, yes.
Okay. And they could die at a lower temperature as well, correct?
Sure.
And you've indicated, I think, toward the end of your testimony on direct, that even if you took a child's temperature who had been in a car for several hours and that temperature was higher than 110, that individual would have died long before whatever temperature they measured, correct?
That's correct.
If there was a temperature in the car of 130 or whatever the number may be, anybody in there would have died at 110 degrees.
That's correct. Yeah.
And if you testified already, even on a mild day, that would happen in 20 to 30 minutes, correct?
That's correct.
Just a moment, Judge. I think Mr. SD asked you about heat stroke. Did you use that phrase?
Yeah,
I can't-
yeah.
Okay. And I think it's correct to say that heat stroke would occur at 104 degrees and above, right?
That's tends to be where it's defined, yes.
I'm sorry?
That's where it's defined. They say that, you'll have symptoms, or if you present to a hospital, let's say, they define heat exhaustion and heat stroke. There's minor differences or overlapping symptoms, but the temperature range for heat stroke is 104 and above.
Again, you yourself have never done this research. You've relied upon other people who've done this,
correct.
correct? Is it fair to say that in this particular case, you relied a lot on what you were told had occurred?
Sure, we had to, yeah.
Correct. I mean, you had no choice, correct?
Yep, that's correct.
The child had no trauma of any kind, no bruising, no broken bones, no obvious signs of injury, correct?
Or congenital abnormalities, yes.
General abnormalities. So just looking at the autopsy findings, had you not known what had occurred, would you be able to diagnose this?
No, like many types of causes of death in forensic pathology, you're relying upon scene investigation, what your investigators find, what EMS find, because there are a whole host of causes of death that really have no specific physical findings, and this is one example of that.
And you described for the state sort of the process of what goes on when you start to have heat stroke or heat exhaustion. You go through that process until you die. You described that to the state.
Yeah. I mean, I could. Yeah, I have.
You have today to describe that, correct? You would agree with me that you could go through that process while you were asleep, correct?
Sure. The process of accelerated heart rate, increased sweating, dehydration can occur while you are asleep.
Just a moment. Thank you, Dr. Coleman. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect of the doctor?
Yes, Your Honor. Dr. Coyne, as a medical examiner, when you examine a body, would it be fair to say that a body isn't just presented to you, but you have to talk to the investigators from the sheriff's office, from the medical examiner's office to find out what happened?
Yes, there's a large process that goes into it. So we communicate with both the EMS personnel and law enforcement who arrive on scene. We may discuss findings with hospital physicians who have seen a patient prior. We concur with, or we review medical records, laboratory testing that's done before a body comes to us. And we also employ medical legal death investigators who tend to go to the scene and who will work directly with law enforcement or EMS to gather information that's important for me during the autopsy.
And when you say important to you for the autopsy, is that to help you in determining the cause of death?
Yeah, the cause of death, the cause and manner of death for that matter, are not just determined based upon the autopsy findings. And I'd say probably more than half of the cases, they're reliant upon what we obtain from scene investigation as well as that of the law enforcement.
Defense counsel had mentioned to you about what a child would go through. Could it happen when a child is asleep? And you had said yes, is my understanding.
Yeah, because sure, a child could be sleeping during this process, but also understand that the physiological derangements that can occur within a short window. So there could be a 10-minute period when a child will go from being aroused to being unconscious. And so when we say sleeping, yes, the child could be asleep, but could then become unconscious or therefore not arousable. So it's hard to really differentiate, are they sleeping versus just not arousable because of underlying pathologic processes.
So because of what is happening when hyperthermia occurs, would it be fair to say that can cause the infant to become unconscious?
That's correct.
But the infant would still be experiencing the organ damage that you have described to this jury.
That's correct.
They would still be experiencing the brain swelling that you described to this jury.
Yes, and it's the brain swelling and lack of alterations in blood flow to the brain that causes that child to become unconscious.
So that would lead to that.
Yes.
Doctor, are you aware of what the normal abilities of a 10-month-old child would be?
Yeah, yes. Yeah.
Would it be fair to say that a 10-month-old child would be incapable of unbuckling themselves from a car seat, opening a car door, and leaving this hot environment they are in?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions of this witness?
No, sir, I have no questions.
Okay. Can this witness be excused?
Yes.
Very well, doctor, you are excused, and thank you, sir. Would the state call its next witness, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Donald Blanton.
Mr. Blanton, if you will face the clerk, raise your right hand to be sworn, please, sir.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony that you give will be the truth and the whole truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Have a seat, and I'll ask you to pull your chair up so you can speak right into the microphone.
Yes, sir.
And then I'm going to ask you to state your name and then spell it for the court reporter, please.
Donald Blanton, D-O-N-A-L-D B-L-A-N-T-O-N.
Thank you, sir. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning.
Yes, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Donald Blanton. I'm the Assistant Fire Chief for Baker County Fire Rescue.
How long have you worked with Baker County Fire Rescue?
This January will be 3 years.
And can you please tell the jury your training and experience in fire rescue?
I've been in the business just short of 35 years. Started in the business in 1989. Most recently, I retired 3 years ago as battalion chief of the city of Jacksonville, oversaw the western side of Duval County, and then came here after retirement, and I've been working for Baker County for the last 3 years.
In the course of your duties, did you or have you had the occasion to work with instrumentation that measures the heat of an area or a fire?
Yes, sir. In the late 90s, we started using equipment called thermal imaging, and it's a thermal imaging camera, and I've been using one ever since as part of our business, and it's mainly used in firefighting, which you can discover everything from heat signatures of all kinds, but it's a very scientific piece of equipment that military developed, and we've been using it in our sector ever since.
And you've had training in using this equipment?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Have you used it frequently in your occupation?
Yeah, I would say it probably gets used at every structure fire that I've been involved in for the last 25 years.
I want to take you back to July 19th of 2023. On that day, did you respond to 4596 Estate Street here in McClenny?
Yes, sir.
Why did you do that, sir?
I had been out of the county on personal business, and I got a call that they had some sort of an emergency in the county, and I was requested to come to the scene and bring my camera, and that was specifically why they called me.
And when you arrived, can you please tell the jury what you observed?
When I got to the scene, there was a car in the driveway. Obviously, all the vehicles from the sheriff's office were there. Fire rescue units that had been on the scene were already gone and had left the scene. I'm assuming they were at the hospital at that time. So when I got there, it was just law enforcement.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
That's myself holding the thermal imaging camera, looking into the vehicle next to the detective. Yes, sir.
And is accurate to depict what you recall while you were on scene?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Has
sir.
been tampered or altered in any way?
No, sir.
Your Honor, the state would seek to admit State's Exhibit, I believe it was K, as the next number.
Yes, sir. That's what's on there.
Any objection?
No objection.
Very well, then it will be received as State's Exhibit 11.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Granted.
Sir, if you'll turn around for us at the TV screen behind you. Can you please describe for the jury what you're doing here in this photograph?
The camera that you see that's in my hand, when you have it turned on the screen itself, in the center of the screen is a crosshair very similar to what you might see with like a rifle scope. And so when you look at the screen, everything that you're looking at has a heat signature, and it's extremely sensitive to the point that if I put my hand on this table and took it off and looked at the wood with that camera, it could see my handprint is extremely sensitive. And I was looking into the interior of the car to see if I could get a signature off the interior components of the car, and on the side of the screen actually has a temperature scale that tells you what that number is, and that's what I was doing.
And can you please tell the jury what readings you got on July 19th?
To my knowledge, it was in the 130 range. I believe 133, but when I got the number, I told the law enforcement what the number was so they could write it in the report.
And when you were using the machine, were you aimed inside of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And looking at the photograph, can you please tell the jury what time this photograph was taken?
That says 13:42, which is 1:42 in the afternoon. Yes, sir.
And when you arrived, was the vehicle's door already open?
I can't remember. Sorry.
It's okay. One moment, Your Honor. One more question. Based on your training experience with heat and the course of your duties, would it be fair to say that when the door is open on the vehicle, the temperature would come down the longer the door is open?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
No other questions. Thank you, witness.
Cross-examination?
I have no questions, Your Honor.
Okay, can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
You are excused. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Would the state please call its next witness?
Detective Brad Dougherty.
Raise your right hand, please, sir.
You solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony that you will be able to give the truth and the whole truth, so help you God.
Okay, sir, if you'll come up and have a seat, adjust the microphone so that you can speak into it, so that we can all hear you. And then I will ask you first to state your name and then spell your name for the court report.
Yes, sir. My name is Brad Dougherty. First name is B-R-A-D. Last name spelled D-O-U-G-H-E-R-T-Y.
Thank you, sir. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning.
Good morning.
Will you please introduce yourself to the jury?
As you heard, my name is Brad Dougherty. I'm captain with the Baker County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Baker County Sheriff's Office?
Well, I've worked there off and on twice, but totally probably about 17 years.
Will you tell the jury your total background in law enforcement?
I have approximately 23, 24 years in law enforcement. I've held several different positions from supervisor on patrol to lieutenant over investigations. The major part of my career has been as a detective, major crimes, working homicides here as well as Clay County.
I want to take you back to July of 2023. What was your position at that time?
I was a detective at the time.
And were you supervising? Were you supervising other detectives, or what was your position there?
No, I was just a detective working mostly major crimes.
On July 19th of 2023, were you called out to a house here in McClenny regarding the death of a child?
We were called, not specifically to the house, but we were contacted by the on-duty patrol lieutenant that advised us of the situation, that the infant child was being transported to the hospital and that there was still a scene on a state street.
Where did you go?
So there were 4 of us in investigations that day. We divided the team up. Had Detective Cohn and Detective Curry went to a state street. Myself and Detective Griffin went to Ed Frazier Hospital.
When you got to Ed Frazier's hospital, what did you do first?
So by the time I got to the hospital, they'd already pronounced Araya deceased. So at that point, I went in the room and began conducting a body exam.
What is a body exam?
Body exam for a detective, a body exam is when we respond to a death. We're looking at the body externally for any visible signs of trauma, like stab wounds, bullet holes, signs of strangulation, or it could be from a fall, broken bones, things of that nature.
And when you performed the body exam in this case, what were your findings?
I didn't find any signs of trauma to the child, but I did note that the child has her skin was very hot to the touch, and this was approximately 30 minutes after she had been in the hospital, which is climate controlled.
Did you find that to be abnormal?
I did. I mean, it was abnormal. The skin was very hot, and normally after a person passes away, the body temperature will begin to fall, or it will go to the temperature of whatever environment the body is in. So being in this case that the child's skin was very hot, I knew that the child had been in a hot place.
What did you do with that information?
Once I discovered that, I came out to the medical staff and requested that they provide me with a temperature, internal and external temperature of the child.
And what were those temperatures?
The external temperature was 102 degrees. The internal temperature was at least 110. And I say at least because the thermometer wouldn't read past 110.
And was the medical examiner's office called?
I did call them, yes.
And did you meet with the medical examiner's office or their agents at the hospital?
I met with their investigator. I waited at the hospital for the investigator to arrive so that I can relay my findings to the investigator, as well as basically turn the body over to her.
And at that point in your investigation, after concluding that conversation with the medical examiners, where did you go next?
I went to the sheriff's office.
And why did you do that?
I knew that the defendant had already been transported to the sheriff's office, so I went up there to conduct an interview with her.
And do you recognize the defendant here in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you please identify her by an article of clothing?
She's wearing a tan-colored jacket, sitting between her attorneys.
And did you ask her to do an interview with you?
I did.
Did she agree to that?
She did.
Did she tell you what happened on July 19th of 2023?
She did. She gave me the story of what took place that morning or that day.
So let's start with why the defendant was where she was. Did she tell you why she was at that house on a state street?
Yes, in the interview, it came out that she had been babysitting for the Pages twice a week, I believe it was. So she was there to pick up Araya on that morning to babysit Araya. She was going to take Araya to the Pascal residence on the State Street and babysit Araya there with the Pascal's 3 children.
So she acknowledged to you that she was caring for the child.
Yes.
So starting with how the defendant got to that location, how the day started for the defendant on July 19th, did she tell you what she did, the steps she took to get to that street?
To get to
Estate Street. Where did the
Oh,
defendant
yes.
stay?
So she told me once she got to the Pages residence, which is on Shuey Avenue, that she then was driving to State Street. But she told me the path that she took was US 90 to 121 south, and on the way to Estate Street, which is just south of the interstate, she went to Burger King. And while at Burger King, she noticed that the line was too long, so she just made a loop around the parking lot and went on to the Pascal residence.
And were you able to discover what type of vehicle she was driving?
Yes, I believe it was 2013 Chevrolet Tahoe.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Detective, I'm handing you what's been previously marked as State's Composite Exhibit L1 and 2. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I recognize where they're at, yes.
And what are they?
It is a overview map of McClenny showing Shuey Avenue, where the Pages live, and showing the location of the Burger King.
Those fairly and accurately describe the locations that the defendant discussed as far as her route on July 19th.
That's correct. And then the other photograph would be from Burger King to her final destination of Estate Street, where she was going to babysit.
Your Honor, the State would tender State's Exhibit L1 and 2, as I believe State's 12A and B.
Any,
No objection, Your Honor.
very well, then they will be received as State's Exhibits 12A and B.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Granted.
Detective, if you could turn around for us here. This would be State's 12A. And can you please describe what is pictured on this map?
At the very top where it says 239 Shuey Avenue, this is going to be the location where the defendant picked up Araya, and Burger King at the bottom where she first went to try to go to Burger King when I stated that she said the line was too long.
And on the top right, it shows a distance of 1.93 miles. That would be as a crow flies, so to speak. Is that fair?
That's correct.
So it would be farther than that via vehicle on the road?
Yes, probably approximately 2 miles, maybe just a little over 2 miles, not very much.
And this would be State's 12B. Again, if you could please describe for the jury what we're seeing in this one.
On the far left is the Burger King that she went to, just off 121. On the right is Estate Street, which is the Pascal residence where she went to babysit all the children.
And it appears the distance on this map is roughly what?
Less than a half a mile.
And Detective, were there any steps you took to confirm this was her route?
Yes, we have LPRs in this county, which is license plate readers, and I was able to run her license plate in the license plate reader database, which showed her vehicle passing through the intersection of 121 and 90, heading south on 121 at 7:59 a.m.
What is a license plate reader?
It's basically a camera that's set up that captures the vehicle and the license plate of every vehicle that crosses the path of the camera.
And do you have access to a database to pull up these
I do. Most law enforcement does. It's something that's used to help with crime throughout the entire country.
And as part of your investigation in this case, you searched the license plate reading database?
Yes,
And that's when you found this hit you just described for us?
that's correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Detective, I'm handing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit N. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is it?
It is a captured photo of the vehicle passing through the LPR, the license plate reader, and it shows the map and location of where that camera is.
And this is the result you obtained in this investigation that when you were confirming the defendant's route?
Yes.
Your Honor, the State would request to enter State's Exhibit N as State's 13.
Any objection?
No objection.
They will be received as 13. State's Exhibit 13.
Permission to publish?
Granted.
And Detective, if you could briefly describe for the jury what information you're able to ascertain from State's 13.
Yes, when we run a vehicle through the LPR, this is the screen that pops up. It shows a picture of the vehicle as well as the license plate. In this case, it is the license plate and vehicle registered to the defendant. And in the bottom left, it is a map of where that camera is located within the county.
Now, when you were doing your interview with the defendant in this case, did she tell you there were any delays or any traffic jams or anything on her route July 19th of 2023?
No, she did not.
You're familiar with the streets of Baker County, I would assume, given your role?
I am, yes.
Given your knowledge of Baker County, is it fair to say you're familiar with the traffic around and how long it takes to get from place to place?
Fairly well, yes.
On an average day, given the route the defendant took, roughly how long would that drive take?
Probably with that time of the morning, maybe 15 to 20 minutes.
So when the defendant got to the house on Estate Street, what did she say happened?
She said that when she got there, that Araya was sleeping because she wasn't making any noises, or she assumed she was sleeping because she wasn't making any noises. So she went on into the house, met with Stacy Pascal, spoke with her briefly, and then sat down on the couch and started her day with the other 3 children.
Did she indicate to you that she had forgotten a child?
She did.
Did you ask the defendant if she was distracted that day or if there was anything going on that was...
I did. In my interview, I asked her if there would be anything that was going on in her life that could have caused the distraction that would have basically caused her to forget the child in the car. And she told me that her family was planning a overseas trip and that I believe they were set to leave fairly soon after that day.
Can you please describe for the jury the demeanor of the defendant during your interview with her?
She was very upset. She was upset. She was crying.
Was she able to communicate with you?
She was.
And now this interview with the defendant, was it recorded?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor? Detective, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit N for identification. You recognize what this is?
I do.
What is it?
It is a video or a copy of the interview that I conducted with the defendant. I have viewed it and have signed it as such.
Has it been altered or tampered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, the State would seek to introduce State's N, as I believe it would be State's 13.
Any objection?
No objections.
Will be received then as State's Exhibit 14.
Permission to publish?
It's granted.
I'm secondary just to take the curve. I know this is very difficult, okay? We just gotta get through it and get a statement from you. But because you are here at the sheriff's office, and we're here talking to you in here, I gotta still let you know what your rights are, okay? Doesn't mean that you're arrested, just means you gotta know what your rights are because we're talking to you in a place you may not feel free to leave, okay? So if you take the declaration, I'll read those to you.
All right, Ms. Rhonda, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him or her present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning, if you wish. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand these rights as I have explained them to you? Okay, with these rights in mind, are you willing to answer some questions for us?
I know this is tough. I know it's very tough. Just kind of walk me through the day and what happened.
I picked her up about 8 o'clock. I usually keep her.
Young man, will you approach briefly?
You may. We're going to take just a few minute break. We'll stay right in place, stand up, stretch, whatever you need to do. It should only take a few minutes to get the problem resolved, and we'll try again. So we are in informal recess at this point. please?
All right.
Yes, sir. Be seated, please. Thank you. State?
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Detective, this was the recorded interview of the defendant?
Yes, this is the defendant and myself and Detective Curry are in the room.
I'll come in and talk to you, okay? Sir, I'll have you wait out in the hall. Yes, sir. No problem, sir. You can have a seat out here in the hall inside the hall. I'm checking your list to take the code. I know this is very difficult, okay? You just gotta get through it and get a statement from you. But because you are here at the sheriff's office, and we're here talking to you in here, I gotta still let you know what your rights are, okay? Doesn't mean that you're arrested, just means you gotta know what your rights are because we're talking to you in a place you may not feel free to leave, okay? So Detective Curry, I'll read those to you.
All right, Mr. Rhonda, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him or her present while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning, if you wish. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand these rights as I have explained them to you?
Sure.
Okay, with these rights in mind, are you willing to answer some questions for us?
I know this is tough. I know it's very tough. Just kind of walk me through the day and what happened.
I picked her up about 8 o'clock. I usually keep her 2 days a week. So I work Monday at my other job, but some things that fell through, her husband only won't work night shift, so I went just Wednesday and Thursday at this place where I was at today.
The house where you was at today?
Mm-hmm. So they have twins and a girl that I keep. Anyway, so on the same days, I pick up Araya from her house, but today was an earlier day because the other lady needed me at 8:15, so I picked her up at 8 o'clock, which is usually 8:30. Anyway, so I picked her up, and I pulled through Burger King to get something to eat, but the line was too long, so I left and went to the job I was at.
On the State Street, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So I got there at 8:15, and the baby was like, because she was asleep, and she was quiet. And because I don't keep her every day, I forgot she was there. So I went inside, got busy with the other kids, and I even talked to the mom throughout the day, and it just didn't click.
Right.
That the baby was outside.
So that was at 8 o'clock. What time did you realize the baby was outside?
When it was, girl,
You know what time roughly that was?
1.
When 911 was called?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How many kids were in the car when you got home with her, when you got to that house today? Just her?
Just her.
Just her?
Mm-hmm.
And the other kids were there, I'm assuming you babysit them for the family that lives at that house? Is that what they were already there? The homeowner that lives there, what's her name, do you know?
Stacy.
Stacy.
Mm-hmm.
Did Stacy know that you was bringing the other child?
No, because sometimes I have her and sometimes I don't.
Okay, so she had no idea. And where did you park at the driveway?
In the rocks.
In the rocks?
Pulled off into the rocks.
Okay. And the only reason I'm asking, I didn't know if maybe they would have seen anything when they left, when they left there. The stuff that's in the car, the baby stuff, is that for that child?
Yes, sir.
how long have you babysitted this child? How many?
Since probably, June.
Since June of this year? Does he do it every week or every day, or how does that work?
I was keeping her Mondays, with my other job, Monday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. But she come to me a couple of weeks ago, about a month ago, and said, hey, my mother-in-law's going to keep her on Thursdays, so we'll just have her Mondays and Wednesdays.
Okay.
And so, because I didn't have this other job on Mondays because of their work schedule, I was off on, I kept her on Monday, so I went and got her on Monday, and I've done all my errands in McClenny, and
Sorry.
I keep her till 1, till her mom comes and gets her. So I done all my errands in McClenny, and her mom come and got her at 1 o'clock. That was on Monday, and on Tuesdays I have off. And on Wednesday I went to my other job, and I usually take her with me, but that was on Wednesdays. On Thursdays I didn't have her anymore. On Thursdays her mother-in-law kept her.
So you said, just to go back and reiterate, you said when you got there to the house on the State Street that she was sound asleep. Was the plan to come out and get her a little bit, or?
No, I normally just get out and get her and take her inside.
But I'm saying you said you noticed that she was asleep when you got there.
Well, I assumed she was asleep. She didn't want to make any noise.
Okay, she wasn't making any noise.
Yeah, I just picked her up, and her mom said that she would probably go to sleep. So I just assumed she had fell asleep, but she didn't make any noise.
Okay. And the questions that will come up is, is anything on your mind? Are you going through something personally that would cause you not to, think about it?
I mean, we have a kid moving to college, so we're doing that, and we're going to London, and we're supposed to go on vacation tomorrow, and I mean, that's not an excuse to me.
I'm not asking you to make excuses. That's not what I'm meaning. I'm meaning, the question is, it is possible to forget things, and even a child, and it's even more possible if you've got some type of stress in your life at the time that you're going through, that kind of thing, that would cause you to make that forgetfulness. So I didn't know if there was something like that going on in your life right now.
Just moving our kid to college, and this trip coming up in England, and we're supposed to leave it August the 2nd, and all of that. So, but
no drugs or alcohol. Okay. All right. Well, let your husband come back in here. We're currently talking to the sheriff in the state. We're going to figure out where we go from here. Okay. So if you don't mind, just hang out in here for a little while. I'll have your husband come back in here. Okay.
So, Detective, during that interview, the defendant remembered picking up Araya that morning.
She did.
And did she remember driving to the house on Estate Street?
Yes.
Did she remember going to Burger King?
Yes.
Did she remember the fact that Araya was asleep?
She did.
Did she remember to get Araya out of the car?
She did not.
Now, in the investigation in this case, without telling me what anybody else said, did you speak to other witnesses?
I did.
About how many?
Probably maybe four other people.
I want to talk about the timeline. We've talked about it a little bit, but the things that happened on July 19th. What time did you understand Araya Page was picked up by the defendant?
My understanding was she arrived at the house at 7:50 a.m. and left at 7:55 a.m. She passed through the LPR at 7:59 And between 7:59 and 8:15 is when she went to Burger King and arrived at Estate Street.
So she was at the Estate Street roughly 8:15 a.m.
8:15, yes.
And during your interview, did you understand the defendant to say that she had communicated with the victim's mom?
She did when she first arrived there at Estate Street.
And when, based on your investigation, was Araya discovered in the vehicle?
Around 1:12 at p.m.
So 8:15 a.m. to roughly 1:12 p.m.
Yes.
And in your investigation, can you tell the jury what the temperature was that day?
It was projected to be 96 to 98 degrees. I know in my vehicle, it gives you a display. I don't know how accurate it is, but it was roughly 98 degrees is what the temperature was showing.
One moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Detective. Attend to the witness.
Cross-examination.
Good morning. It's Captain now, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Captain Doherty, you indicated that you've been in law enforcement for about 24 years, give or take.
23 to 24, correct?
Some here and some in Clay County.
Right.
You said during your direct examination that you sent Detective Curry to the Estate Street address, correct?
That is correct.
And you and Detective Griffin, I think you said, went to the hospital.
That is correct.
And in the interview, that is Detective Curry's sitting there with you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You indicated that when you went to the hospital, you were advised that Araya was deceased.
Yes.
Okay. So you went into the room where Araya was and you looked at her body for any signs of trauma, you said.
Yes.
And that would be things like bruising, redness, anything would indicate any type of possible abuse of any kind, correct?
Right, that is correct.
You saw none of that.
I saw none of that.
And I'm assuming that you've had some training in identifying signs of trauma, correct?
I have, yes.
So you would have noticed that had there been one.
Yes.
State Attorney, let me back up a little bit. Prior to going into the room to speak with Rhonda Jewell on the interview, had you spoken to her at all?
I had not.
Okay. And the interview room that we see is inside the Baker County Sheriff's Office Detective Division, correct?
Yes, the detective division.
Okay. And do you have several rooms like this where you interview individuals?
We have two. We have one in patrol and one in investigations.
And these are all equipped with a camera that we see, correct?
Yes.
And that's to record the interview.
Correct.
So that someone later on can hear exactly what somebody said.
That is right.
Okay. So when you were asked questions earlier by Mr. King about what Ms. Jewell told you, okay, both before and after we watched the video today, you would agree with me that what she told you would be what this jury saw on that video, correct?
That is correct.
So if your recall of that during your testimony was different, you would rely upon that video, correct?
Correct.
Captain, Mr. King asked you, was Ms. Jewell upset? And you said that she was upset and crying, I think is how you described it, correct?
Yes.
Now, she had been at the sheriff's office for a little while at this point, correct?
Yes, I believe that interview was around, if I remember what the clock said, around 2:40. 911 was called at 1:12, so.
You know about what time she arrived at the jail? I mean, at the sheriff's office?
I don't. I was at the hospital when she arrived there.
But she had been there for a while.
Yes.
When you arrived, she had been talking to another employee of the sheriff's office, correct?
That is correct.
Would you agree with me that when you first saw her, she was more upset than she appeared on this video?
Yes, she was crying. She was very upset. Probably crying more than what she did in the interview.
You would agree with me that what we see, she's calmed down some at that point, correct?
Yes.
Detective Curry read Rhonda Jewell her rights, correct?
That's correct.
And what are anybody's rights when they're being questioned by sheriff's office?
What are the rights?
Yes, sir.
That they don't have to speak to us. They have a right to have an attorney present. If they wish to talk to us, they can stop talking to us at any time.
And Ms. Jewell waived all those rights, correct?
She did.
She voluntarily told you or talked to you in this case.
Yes.
She could have easily said no.
Yes.
In the video, we see Mrs. Jewell sitting there with what appears to be a white shirt and some type of light blue shorts, maybe.
Yes.
Are you aware whether or not she had changed her shorts before you interviewed her?
I'm aware that she was wearing pants that I was told that she had urinated in, and she had to change.
Was she changed by this time, or do you recall?
I don't recall.
Just to verify, the license plate reader that we spoke about and we have a picture of.
Yes.
You said the time passing through the intersection was 7:59, according to the license plate reader?
I believe so, yes.
Any reason to doubt that's accurate?
I have no reason to doubt that.
I think Mr. King asked you a general question about how long it would take to drive from the Shuey Avenue home of Brooke and Justice Page to Stacy Pascal's home on Estate Street, correct?
Correct.
And you gave an estimate of that, right?
I did.
But that could vary, correct?
It could vary, yes.
Okay. You weren't aware of what the traffic conditions that particular day were?
I was not, however, I was at the sheriff's office. Had there been something major going on, I would have been aware of it.
But again, a slight traffic delay you wouldn't know about at the sheriff's office, correct?
I would not.
And again, you may catch all the red lights one day and all the green lights the next, right?
That's very true.
Okay. Just have just a moment. Detective Doherty, just to clarify a couple of quick points. You testified earlier that Mrs. Jewell told you that she forgot the child was in the car. Is that correct?
She did say that, yes.
At some point after this interview, did you or Detective Curry or anyone at your direction obtain Rhonda Jewell's cell phone that she had that day?
Yes, it was obtained. I believe 2 days maybe after that.
Okay. Was that at your request or your direction?
It was not.
Okay. Do you know who asked for that?
I believe Lieutenant Mancini asked for that.
Now, who is Lieutenant Mancini?
He is lieutenant over investigations.
So he's head of investigations?
Is.
Right. He hasn't testified here, but he advised somebody to get the phone, correct?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that that phone was brought to you voluntarily?
Correct, it was.
Correct. There was no search warrant to get the phone, correct?
Not to get it, no.
Right. And the passcode for that phone was given to you voluntarily as well, correct?
To my understanding, yes.
And although you may not have done this, other detectives looked through that phone, correct?
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
You may.
Captain, I'm going to ask you to look at what's been marked as defense exhibit 1 for identification,
Okay.
A1. Tell me what this is.
It is a cell phone blue in color with says flowered case.
Is that the cell phone of Rhonda Jewell?
I'm unaware. I never had contact with the cell phone.
Mr. Nelson, if you got any more questions, let's ask them. We need to move on.
I have no questions.
Okay. Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. May we approach very briefly?
Yes. Mr. King, redirect.
Yes. Detective Dougherty, the cell phone defense counsel asked you about, you said it had been 2 days after
I
that?
believe that was the time frame, yes.
Do you have any knowledge of where that cell phone was for those 2 days?
I believe it went home with her husband.
So based on your investigation and communications with the defendant in this case, were you able to establish who was responsible for Araya Page between 8 a.m. and 1 p.m. on July 19th of 2023?
Yes, the defendant was.
No other questions.
Any other questions?
No, sir.
Can this witness be excused, subject to recall?
Yes, sir.
You are excused. Thank you, sir. Would the state call its next witness?
Your Honor, the state rests.
State announces rest. Members of the jury, we have some matters that we're going to need to take up outside your presence. So I'm going to ask you, if you will, please, to return to the jury room. Again, do not discuss the case at this time.
All rise.
Does the defense have a motion? I can't hear you. Is that microphone on?
I think it is.
Okay, either you're too tall or it's too short, one or the other.
Your Honor, at this point, we would move for a judgment of acquittal. Based on the facts presented in the state's case, no reasonable jury would be able to find Ms. Jewell guilty of the charges. Specifically, the first charge, manslaughter by culpable negligence, the state's burden was to prove culpable negligence. That standard is a gross and flagrant character, evincing reckless disregard for human life or the safety of persons exposed to its dangerous effects, or the entire want of care that would arise the presumption of indifference to the consequences, or such wantonness or recklessness or grossly careless disregard of the safety and the welfare of the public, or that reckless indifference to the rights of others. Further, as the jury instruction states in the case law indicates, Ms. Jewell would need to consciously follow a course of conduct that she knew or should have known would likely result in death or serious bodily injury. The state has not presented evidence that this was a conscious act by Ms. Jewell to leave the child in the car. I've talked about this case in previous motions. It's Kish v. State, 145 Southern 3rd, 223. That's Florida's first DCA. It was out, holding was in 2014. In that case, a mother changed her children's bus route from her home to the father and the stepmother's house. Unbeknownst to that mother, the children were ill and they would be unsupervised when they got to the house. There was a trial on that. The children became very ill. The state charged her with aggravated child abuse and culpable negligence, a misdemeanor. In that case, it was a bench trial. The first DCA reversed the trial court who found her guilty of culpable negligence. Their reason for doing that was because she had no knowledge that the children were ill. She had no knowledge that they would be unsupervised. And without that knowledge, it can't show a reckless disregard for the safety of the children. In this case, the state presented significant evidence that this was not a conscious choice. The testimony of Ms. Purchell, that Jewell told her that she forgot the children, forgot that the child was even with her. That video that was just played indicates the same, that she lost awareness of the child, not that she made the conscious choice to leave the child in the car and go into the house. Just one moment. In addition, Ms. Page testified that she was the one that loaded Aria into the car, put the diaper bags and everything back there. There has been testimony of things that could have distracted Ms. Jewell that has come out in the state's case. And for those reasons, we don't believe that this was a conscious choice, and we don't believe a jury would be able to find that this was a conscious choice. In addition, culpable negligence, it's not just considering what happened on this day. we would need to look at the totality of the circumstances. That's the history that Ms. Jewell had with the child, the history with the family, her history of care. There's a couple cases that talks about that. One is Getsy v. State, 193 Southern 2nd, 679 out of the 4th DCA from 1966, and Tipton v. State, Florida Supreme Court case, found it 97 Southern 2nd, 277. In Getsy, it's a man that was playing with a loaded firearm around his wife that he had got for Christmas. I believe he had been drinking. He was playing with the hammer of it, sat down on his wife's lap, and accidentally shot her, killing her. When the court evaluated that case, they looked at his care for his wife, their history together and whatnot, and found that this one isolated incident was not enough to show a reckless disregard for the safety of his wife. Similarly, there's Walsingham v. State, that's 272 Southern 2nd, 215. I believe it's a Florida Supreme Court case out in holding on 1973. That a father shot his child with a gun after he'd been consuming some alcohol. There was testimony presented that the child was very close with the father, and that was not found to be culpably negligent. So in this case, the state's witnesses explained that Ms. Jewell was an exceptional babysitter. She regularly played with Aria during the course of the time that they were together. The parents never had any issues with Ms. Jewell until this incident happened. In fact, they sought her out to ensure that she could be the babysitter. She has significant ties to that family. They were extremely close. She went to family gatherings and whatnot before she was a babysitter. And both parents agreed that Ms. Jewell, prior to that day, took exceptional care of Aria. In addition, looking at the evidence that was presented of her demeanor when law enforcement arrived, she was extremely distraught, was crying uncontrollably. Ms. Page testified when Mrs. Jewell realized that Aria was still in the car, rushed towards the car, threw her out of the way to try to get into the vehicle. We understand that 5 hours of being in a motor vehicle is a very long time for a child, but the state's expert testified that this death could have occurred within 20 or 30 minutes. So all of these factors the court needs to take into consideration when determining whether this is culpably negligent or not, and the jury would need to take that into consideration too. And given all of the factors at play here that indicate Ms. Jewell regularly provided the care that this child needed, given her demeanor and the history, I don't believe a reasonable jury would be able to find that her conduct on that day rises to the level of culpable negligence. The state's theory here seems to suggest a results-driven analysis that is not, does not comport with the law. It is a very sad event that happened, but people can die and it not be culpable negligence. So for that reason, we believe the count 1 has not been proven, and the court should enter a judgment of acquittal on that count. As for the count 2 felony murder, this felony murder was predicated on leaving a child unattended in a motor vehicle, which we have a motion pending to insert a mens rea into that. But if a mens rea is not inserted, that would be basically a strict liability felony murder, which there's a case, Mahan v. State, it's 377 Southern 2nd, 1158 Florida, 1979, out of the Florida Supreme Court. In that case, it talks about the constitutionality of felony murder, and specifically it states that felony murder is constitutional because the intent for the underlying felony will transfer up to the murder. In this case, without an intent element, there is nothing to transfer, which indicates that this is probably not a correct felony to predicate for felony murder. One moment. Here, the state hasn't provided any evidence that Ms. Jewell even intended to leave the child in the car. I don't believe that there's any intent to transfer, and I think that is problematic for the felony murder charge. In addition, this would effectively bootstrap felony murder to a strict liability crime, which is not, does not comport with the jurisprudence. As far as predicating it on leaving a child unattended in a motor vehicle, there's a couple cases that evaluate felony murder in Florida compared to the New York statute. One of them is State v. Studevant, 94 Southern 3rd 434 out of the Florida Supreme Court from 2012. In that case, it discusses aggravated child abuse, but it indicates that because it is one of the enumerated felonies for the, I think it's subsection 3, that this is largely allowed. But when evaluating the New York statute, it talks about when there is an unenumerated crime charged as the predicate, and the death is directly tied to the crime and not like a collateral consequence of it. In instances such as that, felony murder may be inappropriate based on Studevant and Robles v. State, 188 Southern 2nd 789 Florida Supreme Court 1966. I have not found a case that specifically addresses this situation with a unenumerated felony that is strict liability and its ability to predicate felony murder. But based on the holdings in these two cases, I don't believe that that is appropriate, nor do I believe that it can be a predicate because there is not a mens rea associated with that crime. So for that reason, we would also move for a judgment of acquittal on the felony murder. If I can just have one moment. Further, we would move for a judgment of acquittal on count 3 as well. We have filed a motion in this case explaining our belief that it requires her to knowingly leave a child in a car based on the plain language of the statute and the jurisprudence. So for that reason, there has been no evidence presented that indicated that this was a conscious effort on Ms. Jewell's part to leave the child in the vehicle. And without that, count 3 has not been proven. So we would ask the court to move, grant an acquittal on counts 1, 2, and 3.
Okay. Anything else?
That's all I got.
State?
Thank you, Your Honor. Taking the facts in the most favorable light to the state has shown a prima facie case as to counts 1, 2, and 3. Starting first with count 1, Taylor v. State, 363 Southern 3rd, 126. It's the first DCA 2023 is the controlling case, and it discusses the jury instructions. Namely, it states, culpable negligence is consciously doing an act or following a course of conduct that the defendant must have known or reasonably should have known was likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Your Honor, the state has put forward the facts sufficient to have this case go to the jury. The defense seems to argue that phantom elements adding a level of intent as to both counts 1 and 3. I would cite Leet v. State, 595 Southern 2nd 959, 1991 from the 2nd DCA. And this was a case involving culpable negligence. And in that case, they said that culpable negligence is not a common law theory of criminal intent. It is an objective standard. Thus, in that case, it was not essential for the defendant to have actual personal knowledge of his omission that would lead to death or great bodily harm. So it's an objective standard. There is no conscious knowing required in this standard. And they finished the paragraph in that particular section by saying that it may sometimes seem harsh and may very well punish a defendant for a crime lacking mens rea. Nevertheless, it was the legislator's prerogative to select this objective standard for the use in child abuse cases. So as to count 1, in dealing with culpable negligence, the state has put forward sufficient facts that this needs to go to the jury to determine whether or not this was culpable negligence. It is an objective person standard, and the facts that have been put forth are sufficient to show that prima facie case. As to counts 2 and 3, this is not New York. This is Florida. And as to the grounds upon which it seems defense, again, is seeking to insert an additional element that the legislature is not required in order for it to be a felony under count 3. The way that this is charged is any other felony that is not enumerated, and that's in paragraph 4 of 782.04. Your Honor, there was no limitation by the legislature that would prohibit certain types of felonies. If that was the intent, they would have written it that way. So based on all the information, there is sufficient facts for counts 1, 2, and 3, namely that the facts that have been presented as to what happened on July 19th of 2023. The defendant remembered going to the house. She remembered everything that happened. This wasn't some medical episode, some amnesia, or some stroke, or something that would have precluded her from engaging in the duties she accepted. The jury has heard that she accepted payment to be the caretaker of this child, and now it's time for the jury to be able to determine whether or not this rises to the level of culpable negligence based on what they have heard. And then as to count 3, sufficient evidence and facts have been put forth that the child was left in the vehicle. The defendant admitted she left the defendant in the or the victim in the vehicle, and that it was for over 15 minutes, and then the resulting harm thereof. So based on the legal standards before Your Honor and this court, the state has put forward a sufficient case, and we would ask the court to deny the defense's judgment of acquittal request.
Okay, defense rebuttal.
Your Honor, I would just point out the Lees v. State case that the state cited. There we go. I don't believe that is correct. First of all, it's out of the second DCA. I don't believe it's binding on this court. And the Leeds case would directly contradict the first DCA's holding from the Kish case in 2014, mostly because if this objective standard in consciousness was not applicable, then the opposite conclusion would be reached in Kish, which it is not. So for that reason, we would stand by our previous arguments.
Thank you. Okay, with regard to all 3 counts, I do find that each of those counts does present a question for the jury. So at this time, the motion for judgment of acquittal at the close of the state's evidence is denied. Is the defense ready to go forward at this point?
Yes, sir. We have some witnesses that we called, I think the court had ruled back in September they may not be allowed, but we need to proffer that.
Okay, why don't we, how long is this proffer going to take?
I think there's 5 of them total, Judge, so.
What are they supposed to testify? Generally, what was their testimony?
They're going to testify they've known the school for some period of time.
Character evidence.
She's watched their children.
Character evidence.
Well, of course, the conduct as well, Judge, as far as we're concerned, but yes.
Well, okay, bring them on, let's do it. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn, please?
You solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony that you will give will be the truth and the whole truth, so help you God? Yes.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to have a seat, sit up close to the microphone, adjust it so you can speak into it, and then I want you to state your name and then spell your name for the court reporter.
My name is Mallory Rosepowler, Mallory Rosepiler.
Counsel?
Ms. Rosepowler, I think we've known you as Mallory Burnshead, correct?
Yes.
I think when you were spoken to a few months ago, that's what your last name was?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Rosepowler, how long have you lived in Baker County?
21 years all my life.
All your life? And do you know a Rhonda Jewell?
Yes.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you describe what she's wearing for me?
She's wearing a tan coat and a white shirt.
Ask the court to verify that she's identified Ms. Jewell.
The record will reflect that she has identified the defendant.
You've known her all your life,
Yes.
okay? And in what capacity have you known her?
What?
How have you known her?
She's a close family friend.
Have you ever, at any point in time, asked Mrs. Rhonda Jewell to care or babysit or watch your children?
Yes.
Okay, and how many children do you have?
1.
Okay. How old is your child?
She's 4.
Is that a boy or a girl?
Girl.
When did you ask Mrs. Rhonda Jewell to watch or sit for your child?
When my daughter was 1.
And how old, and what year would that have been?
2021.
And how long did Rhonda Jewell watch your child?
A couple months.
Was that on a daily basis or
It was 3 days a week, I want to say. It wasn't every day.
3 days?
Yes.
At the time you were in high school, I believe, still?
Yes.
And how long during the day did Miss Rhonda Jewell watch your daughter?
She watched her from about 8 to 8:30 to 1 to 1:30 in the afternoon.
And was that at her home or your home?
It was at Mike and Kaylee Rogers' home.
Are they friends of yours?
Yes.
Would Rhonda Jewell come pick up your daughter or would you deliver her to Mike?
She would pick her up from my house.
And then would she return the child to you or would you pick the child up?
It just depended on the day. One day she would bring her back to my house, or me and my mom would pick her up from Rhonda.
Did you ever have occasion to see Rhonda Jewell interacting with your child?
Yes.
And would you describe Miss Jewell as playing with your child?
Yes.
Was she caring for your child?
Yes.
Did she seem engaged with your daughter?
Yes.
Did she ever spend an unusual amount of time on her cell phone?
No.
Was she spending her time with your daughter?
Yes.
Ever had any concerns for the safety or welfare of your child?
No.
And I assume that you stopped using Rhonda Jewell because your child, were able to care for the child yourself?
Yes.
Okay. Just one moment. I have no other questions.
Any cross-examination?
Very brief, Your Honor. Ma'am, you're not a witness to this case. You weren't there the day that this occurred on Estate Street?
No.
Do you know Brooke Page or Justice Page?
I know them through Rhonda.
Through Rhonda, okay. But you didn't witness any of these events?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any redirect of this witness?
No, sir.
Can she be excused at this point?
Not at this point, Judge. No, she'd be held at this point. That's to be held at this point.
I'm sorry, what?
Have her stay under subpoena, Judge.
Okay, I'm sorry. She's excused, subject to recall?
Yes, sir.
Okay, gotcha. If you'll step out, please, ma'am. Would you call your next witness, please?
Yes, sir. They're coming now. Who is it? I'm not sure.
Ma'am, would you raise your right hand to be sworn, and the clerk is going to swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony that you will give will be the truth and the whole truth, so help you God?
Have a seat, please, and sit up close to the microphone, and you may need to pull it down so you can speak into it fairly closely. I'm going to ask you at this time if you'll state your name and then spell your name for us.
Yes, sir. Kaylee Rogers, K-A-L-E-Y-R-O-G-E-R-S.
Thank you, ma'am. Counsel?
Ms. Rogers, how long have you lived in Baker County?
Roughly 10 years.
And you're married to Mike Rogers, is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Do you know Rhonda Jewell?
Yes, sir.
And how do you know her?
Rhonda Jewell was the caregiver of my 2 daughters.
Is that how you first met her?
Yes, sir.
And approximately when was that?
2016.
How was she introduced to you?
My husband went into her sister's salon one day. We were looking for someone to watch our daughter when I went back to work, and he went in just to speak and say hello, and he mentioned it while he was in there, and she said she was interested, and so we set up a time, and a couple days later she came over to our house, and I was able to meet her, and she was able to meet the baby, but that's how I met her.
Did your husband know Mrs. Jewell before that?
He did.
How did he know her, if you know?
He worked with her years ago at Winn-Dixie, I believe, and then knew of her throughout the community.
Do you remember when it was that you first spoke to Rhonda Jewell, approximately, regarding caring for your child?
November of 2016.
Had you just had your child?
I was at the end of my maternity leave, so she was about 3 months old.
Was this your first child?
Yes, sir.
And you needed someone to watch your daughter because you were going back to work?
Yes, sir.
So did you meet with Rhonda Jewell a few times before she started caring for your daughter?
She came to the house one day and spent an hour and a half with us, spent time with the baby. I got to know her, got to know me a little bit. And then the next time I saw her in person was the first time that she took care of our oldest.
When you saw your Rhonda Jewell interacting with your daughter, the first occasion, was she engaged with your daughter?
Very much so.
Do you remember approximately when she actually started watching the child? Was that November 2016?
Yes, sir. It was the end of November.
And where would Rhonda Jewell watch her child at?
She came to our house every morning.
And that's here in Baker County?
Yes, sir.
How many days a week?
5 days a week.
And how many hours a day?
Roughly the entire time I was at work, so 8 to 4.
And how long did that last? What length of time as far as months or years?
She kept our oldest. It was from 2016 to 2021 that she had our girls on a regular daily basis.
Now, you've mentioned girls. Was there a second child that you had that she also cared for?
Yes, sir.
And when was that child born?
February 2018.
And when did Rhonda Jewell start watching that child?
I believe it was April of 2018.
And I think you indicated up until 2021, was that the oldest child or the youngest child?
The youngest.
Youngest, okay.
Yes, sir.
Again, was this always generally at your home?
Yes, sir. She would come to our home in the morning, and then if she had things she needed to do that day, or if there was something that we needed help with, she would take them from the home and run errands or whatever she needed to do, and then come back.
Did you have occasions during this period of time from November 2016 to 2021 to observe Rhonda Jewell interacting with one or both your daughters?
Yes, sir.
And how would you describe that interaction?
Very natural, very motherly.
Was she engaged with them?
Yes, sir.
Did she ever spend any time on her cell phone?
Every now and then I would see her on her phone, but it was a phone call, or she was showing me something or showing the girls something. Or
did you ever have any concerns about your children in the care of Rhonda Jewell?
Never.
Is it also correct to say that you invited Miss Jewell on some vacations to help watch the children?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How often was that?
Every summer. I believe it started in 2019. And then every summer after.
Do you know Brooke and Justice Page?
Yes, sir.
And how do you know them?
I know them through Rhonda.
Okay. Do you know Brooke and Justice Page's parents?
Yes.
Ms. Rogers, after July 19, 2023, did Rhonda Jewell ever talk to you about what happened on July 19, 2023?
We've talked about the emotional part of it.
Did she tell you about what happened that day?
Yes, I've heard her walk herself through what happened that day.
What did she tell you?
That she picked up the
Objection,
child.
Your Honor.
Sustained.
Thank you.
Just wait a minute.
Judge, since it's proper, can I have the witness answer the question?
Yeah, go ahead and have her answer.
That she picked up the child, went to the other family's home to care for their children. She was going to stop and get something to eat on her way, but she was worried about being late, so she ended up not stopping. She got to the house, got out of her vehicle, went inside, and carried on about her day.
Did she indicate to you, in talking to you, when she knew that she had left, forgotten Araya in the vehicle?
When Brooke got there.
Just a minute, Your Honor.
Yes.
One last thing, Mrs. Rogers. Was there any period of time where Rhonda Jewell had your children for an extended period of time?
Yes, sir.
And when was that?
May of 2022.
And how long did she care for your children continuously during that period of time?
3 weeks.
Were they always with her?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Day and night?
Yes, sir. My husband had a cardiac arrest and was in the hospital for 3 weeks.
Any concerns about the care your daughters received at that point in time?
Absolutely not. I know that they were well taken care of, and yes, I'm very thankful for her.
I have no other questions, Judge.
Cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Rogers, you were not at the house on the State Street the day that this occurred on July 19th.
No, sir.
So you did not see on that day when the defendant was supposed to be caring for Araya Page.
No, sir.
Other than what the defendant has told you, you really know nothing about the case.
No, sir.
Okay. When you say no, you mean, is that a yes, you know nothing about the case?
Right. Yes, just what I've heard.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions of this witness?
No, sir.
Okay. Same excusal? Okay, you are excused but subject to recall, so if you'll step outside, please, ma'am. Thank you. If you'll raise your right hand and be sworn by the clerk, please.
Solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth and the whole truth, so help you God. Yes.
Have a seat, please, ma'am. I'll ask you to sit up close to that microphone and adjust it down if you need to so that you can speak right into it. I'll ask you, first of all, if you will state your name and then spell your name.
Ashley Altman, ASHLEY ALTMAN.
Thank you, ma'am. Counsel?
Ms. Altman, how long have you lived in Baker County? Excuse me.
I have lived in Baker for 22 years.
Do you know Rhonda Jewell?
Yes.
How did you first meet Mrs. Jewell?
I met her through my coworker. She is her sister.
And her coworker, your coworker owned a salon, correct?
Yes.
And that was Rhonda Jewell's sister?
Yes.
How long ago was that?
That was 17 and a half years ago.
At that time, did you have any children?
Yes, I had 2 at that time.
At that point in time, did you ever ask Rhonda Jewell to care or babysit for your children, one or more of your kids?
Not at that time.
Okay. When did you ask her to do that?
I asked her when I had my daughter. She was 3 years old, so in 2013, somewhere around there.
So in 2013, you asked Mrs. Jewell to watch your youngest child, your daughter, correct?
Yes.
And did she do that?
She did.
And generally, how often did she watch your child and where?
She normally had her 2 days a week because I only worked 2 days at the time. A lot of times she would keep her at the shop where I was. She would kind of tend to her while I was working. And then there were times where she would take her for the day, run errands, take her to kids' practices, whatever she needed to do.
So on these 2 days a week, how many hours would Rhonda Jewell care for your daughter?
It was a full day, 9 to 5-ish, maybe sometimes later, sometimes it was around 8 hours or so.
Majority of the time, was she watching your daughter in the salon where you worked?
Most of the time she would be in the salon. There would be times where she would kind of go in and out, but most of the time she would be around.
So you had a chance to observe Rhonda Jewell caring for your daughter, correct?
Yes, sir.
And how would you describe that care?
Very attentive. She would always be one-on-one with her. Sometimes they would sit on the floor and play with toys, or she took care of her, treated her like her own.
Were there times that Ms. Jewell took your daughter out of the salon or kept her somewhere else?
She would normally not keep her anywhere else, but she would take her out and they would run errands or do whatever.
Did you ever have any concerns about the care your daughter was receiving from Rhonda Jewell?
No, sir.
You ever have any incidents where you were concerned that your child had been injured or harmed in any way?
No, sir.
She stopped watching your youngest daughter approximately when? Do you remember?
It was about 1.5 years. She watched her when she started school.
Since that time, has Rhonda Jewell watched or babysat any of your children?
There's been times where she's maybe taken her for the day, or there was a time where I was kind of in a bind and I needed her to pick her up from school and she picked her up for me, things like that.
Same questions earlier. Any concerns about any of that at all?
No, sir.
Always provided good care.
Always.
Are you aware of Rhonda Jewell's reputation in the community for providing quality child care?
Objection, Your Honor.
It's a proffer, Judge.
Basis?
And there's a lack of foundation. He's going into reputation evidence in the community.
Well, he can, I think he can, overruled at this point. Next question may turn things around, but.
Do you have any knowledge of Rhonda Jewell's reputation in the community for providing high-quality child care?
Yes.
And what is that?
She was always good. I would recommend her to anybody.
Okay, that's it. Okay, next question.
Judge, just a moment.
Yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Ma'am, it'd be fair to say you don't know anything about this case.
I have never talked to her about this case, no, sir.
And you don't know Brooke Page or Justice Page?
No, sir.
Okay. So you weren't there the day that this incident occurred? You weren't a witness to what occurred at that house? Nothing?
Nothing.
Thank you.
Any other questions of this witness?
No, sir.
Okay, ma'am, you can step down. You are excused, but subject to recall. That means they may call you back again. So. Okay, counsel, approach the bench, please. Housekeeping. We're going to take our noon recess at this time. We will come back and be ready to go at 1 o'clock. So we are in recess until 1. Now he's here.
Judge, we're going to renew our request at this time for the court to allow the testimony of Dr. Brian Cahill and Dr. David Diamond.
With regard to Dr. Diamond, the ruling stands. With regard to Dr. Cahill, I will permit his testimony.
Thank you. My next witness is Ms. Angela Connor.
If you will please raise your right hand and let the clerk swear you in, please, ma'am.
You solemnly swear and affirm the testimony that you will give will be the truth and the whole truth, so help you God. Yes.
Have a seat and sit up close to that microphone. Pull it down so you can speak right into it. Then I'm going to ask you to state your name and then spell your name for us.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Go ahead.
Angela Connor, Angela Conner.
Thank you, ma'am. Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Connor, do you currently live in Baker County?
No, sir.
Where do you live currently?
South Carolina.
Have you ever lived in Baker County?
Yes, sir.
What years?
2019 to 2022.
During that period of time, did you come to know a Rhonda Jewell?
Yes, sir.
You see Miss Jewell in the courtroom?
Yes.
Ms. Connor, when you met Rhonda Jewell, did there come a time where you asked her to babysit or care for any of your children?
Yes, sir.
How many children did you have back in 2019, 2022?
6.
I'm sorry?
6.
6. Which children did you ask her to babysit or care for?
My youngest 2.
And how old were they at the time?
My youngest was born in 2020, and the other one was 18 months older.
18 months older?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did Mrs. Rhonda Jewell care for your children in your home or somewhere else?
Usually at hers.
At her home?
Mm-hmm.
And how often, over a period of months or years, did she care for your 2 children?
As needed, maybe 3 or 4 times a month.
Okay. Would she normally pick up your kids from your home?
It wasn't scheduled, however, was convenient for us.
Okay. When she kept the kids, you weren't there. You went off and did what you were doing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I understand you had some foster kids that you had to care for as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was there ever a time that you believed that Rhonda Jewell was not providing good quality care for your 2 kids?
Never.
Did you ever have any concerns about the care that she was providing?
Never.
Did you have occasions to observe Rhonda Jewell interact with your 2 children?
Often, yes, sir.
And how would you describe that interaction?
Very hands-on. Always doing activities and things with them.
I'm sorry?
Always doing activities with them. A very hands-on person.
Your 2 children, one was a boy and one was a girl.
Yes, sir.
Did your kids call Rhonda Jewell by a nickname?
A rah-rah.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination of this witness?
Very brief, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Just want to make it clear that you know nothing about this case. Is that correct? Meaning you were not there the day
Correct.
this occurred?
Correct.
You were not at the house on Estate Street or anything of that nature?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of this witness?
No, sir.
Okay, we're going to excuse you, subject to being recalled, so if you'll just step back out, you may be called shortly. Call your next witness, please.
Mike Rogers.
Mr. Rogers, before you sit down, I want you to raise your right hand. She's going to swear you in.
You solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth and the whole truth, so help you God.
I do.
Have a seat and kind of adjust the microphone so you can talk right into it. There you go. And I'll ask you at this time to state your name and then spell your name for us. Go ahead.
Michael Rogers, Michael Rogers.
Thank you, sir. Counsel?
Mr. Rogers, how long have you lived in Baker County?
Roughly since 2001.
2001?
Yes, sir.
Do you know Rhonda Jewell?
Yes, sir.
How did you first meet Rhonda Jewell?
Actually, I worked Winn-Dixie in the early 90s. I worked with her when I was at Winn-Dixie.
Is that here over in Jacksonville?
No, right here in McClenny.
Right here in McClenny, okay. After you stopped working with Miss Jewell, did you re-encounter her at some point after that?
Throughout the years, yes, sir.
Did there ever come a time when you asked Rhonda Jewell to care or sit for any of your children?
Yes, sir, I did.
And how many children do you currently have?
2.
And can you tell me their ages?
At this time, 6 and 8.
Those boy and a girl, or?
2 girls.
2 girls. Mr. Rogers, do you remember when you asked Rhonda Jewell to care or sit for your children?
Yes, sir. It was probably in late October of 2016 when my oldest daughter was born.
When was she born?
She was born in September.
Was there a reason you were seeking out some child care services?
Yes, sir. At the time, me and my wife didn't. We had a family member that was going to keep our kids, and it kind of fell through. So I was kind of grabbing at strings to try to find someone to watch my kids, so my wife could go back to work and myself can go back to work.
And how did you ask Mrs. Jewell to do this? Where did you find her at?
I was actually in the right next door to where her. I was next door to where her sister has a beauty salon, and I had walked inside the beauty salon and was asking.
Did Miss Jewell volunteer to do that?
Yes, sir.
Did you immediately hire her at that point?
No, not at that point. I asked her to come meet my wife because my wife did not know her at the time.
Did that occur?
Yes, sir.
So after she met with your wife, was she asked or hired to babysit
Yes,
or
sir,
care
she was.
for your daughter that was born in 2016?
Yes, sir.
Starting after that, how often did she babysit or care for your child?
She cared for the kids as long as I cared for the one child at the time before we had the second child during the school hours of between 7:30 and 3:30 every day, whenever school was open.
When your second child came along 2 years or so later, do you remember, did you ask her to start watching that child as well?
Yes, sir, I did, which was, she was born in February 18 and of 2018, and then she started watching her in late April of 2018.
So at one point she was watching both of them?
Sir?
One point she was watching both of them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where did she normally watch your children at?
At my house.
That's here in Baker County?
Yes, sir.
Did she ever take them anywhere or watch them anywhere else?
Yes, sir. She took them to the park and so forth, and sometimes would come and take them to her house.
Did you ask Mrs. Jewell to also go on vacations to help watch the children as well?
Yes, sir, I sure did.
When did that start?
Started after the second child because of having 2 children was a little bit more of a handful, so I asked her to come on vacation with us and help us watch the children.
When did she stop watching your 2 kids, approximately?
Approximately about a year ago.
Before this incident we're here about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was there ever a time, Mr. Rogers, when Mrs. Jewell had your children for an extended period of time?
Yes, sir. As many know, in 2022, I had a cardiac arrest and was in the hospital for 3 weeks. I had emergency surgery, had a PICC valve put in, and was out for, I was unconscious for 2 weeks, and then also after the 3rd week, I came home. So she kept my children 24 hours.
For 24 hours a day for approximately 3 weeks?
Yes, for 21 days, actually.
How many?
21 days.
21 days. At any point in time, during all the times that Rhonda Jewell cared for your children, did you ever have any concerns for their safety?
No, sir.
Were they well cared for?
Yes, sir.
Did she appear engaged and attached to your children?
Very attached to my kids.
You had occasions to be around her when she was actually caring for your kids?
Yes, sir, I was.
Just a moment. Mr. Rogers, are you aware of Rhonda Jewell's reputation in the community for providing good quality child care?
Objection again, Your Honor.
Judges?
You can ask that one question, and then we'll see if he does the next one.
Yes, sir.
You are?
Yes, sir. That was the reason why I asked her to watch my children.
Have you spoken to other people in the community about Rhonda Jewell's child care abilities?
Yes, sir.
I have no other question, Your Honor.
State have any questions?
Very brief, Judge. Just to make it clear, on the day that this occurred of July 19th, you were not anywhere near State Street. You were not a witness to what occurred on that day.
No, sir, I was at work.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of this witness?
No other questions.
Sir, you are excused, subject to recall, so that means if you'll just wait outside for a little while. We'll see. Would you call your next witness, please?
I have no other current witnesses, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if we can approach briefly.
Yes. To the witnesses from whom we have just heard in the form of a proffer, I'll be happy to hear your argument as to why their testimony should be admitted in the presence of the jury.
Yes, sir. The operative statute in this case is 90.404, entitled Character Evidence When Admissible. It states in subsection 1 that character evidence generally, evidence of a person's character or a trait of a character is inadmissible to prove action in conformity with it on a particular occasion, except A, character of accused, evidence of a pertinent trait of character offered by an accused or by the prosecution to rebut the trait. Statute 90.405 defines methods of proving character. Section 1, reputation. When evidence of the character of a person or a trait of that person's character is admissible, proof may be made by testimony about that person's reputation. 2, specific instances of conduct. When character or a trait of character of a person is an essential element of the charge, claim, or defense, proof may be made of specific instances of that person's conduct. The state has alleged in count 1 of this case aggravated manslaughter. And in that definition of culpable negligence, it talks, among other things, I'm not going to read the whole thing, I know the court's aware of it, things like callous disregard, reckless disregard of human life, safety of other persons exposed to its harm, wantonness or recklessness, a grossly flagrant, careless disregard for the safety and welfare of the public, etc. The state, I believe, is alleging in this case that Rhonda Jewell drove to this home and either intentionally left the child in the car or just was negligent in doing so. Obviously, the standard is not negligence, it's culpable negligence. And the way that's defined implies character. Furthermore, in this instruction, it says, the culpable negligence is consciously doing an act or following a course of conduct. As to the course of conduct, obviously these witnesses would be able to testify that Mrs. Jewell was always a good quality caregiver and babysitter for children that she was charged with. Again, this is the state's whole argument, that she wasn't on this day. And we would argue that all those witnesses are relevant to the issues in this case and Mrs. Jewell's defense.
State?
Thank you, Your Honor. 90.4041 says that evidence of a person's character or trait of character is inadmissible to prove action in conformity with it on a particular occasion. And under A, unless that evidence of a pertinent trait of a character offered by an accused or by the prosecution to rebut that trait. In this case, Your Honor, the defense is offering this good character evidence not to prove that she acted in conformity with that good character, but rather to bolster her as a person. This is not an essential element of the crime. If the defense was that the defendant acted in conformity with her good character as a good babysitter, and therefore it was not her who did what happened on July 19th, then the state would agree there would be an argument that the good character evidence should come in. But that's not what we have here. What we have here is the defense offering this strictly to say she's a good person, that this was a accident, look at how great and wonderful she was on all these other days except for the 19th. And that is not what is permitted under 404. Moreover, Your Honor, there has already been some of this evidence that has come in during the course of the state's case in chief. So to additionally add more good character evidence from the state's perspective that would be improper would be cumulative. So for those reasons, the state would suggest it would be impermissible and improper.
You get the parting shot.
Yes, sir. Again, the state's made this allegation. They've charged us under aggravated manslaughter. We did not do that. Clearly, the definition of that implies character. It talks about character in a different language, talks about course of conduct, and those are all relevant to the defense and the state's case, and we believe the court should allow this testimony in.
Okay. I'm at this time going to adhere to the previous ruling with regard to those witnesses, which would be to exclude their testimony at this juncture. It may be great if your client is found guilty. That testimony may be great as far as disposition of sentencing is concerned, but I find that it's not relevant at this point. Where do we go next? State has rested.
I'm sorry.
The state has rested. We've disposed of these proffers. Do you have other proffers?
No, sir. No other proffers.
You got any?
No, sir. No other proffers other than Dr. Diamond when he comes. But I think the court has indicated it's not going to change its ruling, but I think I still need to proffer it into the record anyway.
That's correct. So. Okay. Do you have a witness we can call and get the jury back in?
Can we have just a moment?
Yes.
Yeah. Now we're going to call Mrs. Rhonda Jewell to the witness stand.
Who?
Mrs. Rhonda Jewell. You want to bring
her to the witness stand. Come on up, ma'am.
You want to get the jury out first, Judge, or?
No, I'll get her up here, then we'll get the jury.
Okay.
You can go ahead and bring them in while she's coming up.
Yes, sir. All right.
Be seated, please. Ms. Jewell, if you'll step up here, please, ma'am. I'll ask you to face the clerk and raise your right hand to be sworn. Have a seat, please, ma'am. Sit up close to that microphone, and you may need to adjust it upward or downward so you can speak right into it. And as we have with the other witnesses, I'll ask you to state your name and then spell it for the court reporter, please.
Rhonda Jewell, RHONDA JEWELL.
Thank you, Ms. Jewell. And obviously, you've just introduced yourself to the jury. Ms. Jewell, how old are you?
I am currently 46.
And are you married?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is your husband?
Robert Jewell.
How long have you been married?
December will be 27 years.
And do you have any children?
Yes, ma'am.
How many children do you have?
3.
How old are your children currently?
The oldest is 25. The second is 22. And the last one is 19.
And you have 2 boys and a girl, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How old is your daughter?
19.
Back in May of 2023, last year, how old would your daughter have been?
18.
And had she just graduated from college high school around that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Obviously, you have raised your 3 children. Have you ever acted as a nanny to other people's children?
Yes, ma'am.
And about how many children, if you know, have you nannied?
I started nannying at 17, at the age of 17, until I had my own children. So then I took care of my own children, and as they got older, I, kept nieces and nephews, and then full-time, nannying for people that needed me.
Okay. Do you know about when you started babysitting or nannying again?
I was 17 years old.
I'm sorry, after you took the break with your own kids, when did you start again?
About 2017.
And can you name some of the people whose children you've babysat?
I kept Mike and Kaylee Rogers, 2 kids. Ashley Altman's 1 child. Mallory Bernstead Rosenpile, her 1 child. Emily Tedesco, 1 child. Angela Connor, 2 children.
Is it fair to say that you have consistently nannied at least several days a week for the large majority of time since 2016, 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
As you're taking care of these children, do you treat the children as you would treat your own children?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
And how do you feel about these kids?
Like they're my own.
Do you know Brooke Page?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know Brooke?
She's a family friend. I've known her since she was in high school. She went to school with my nephew, graduated with my nephew. We went on vacations together. We went to dinners together 2-3 times a week. We done family functions together, each other's house with their family as well.
Did you consider Brooke's mother, Monique Carter, to be your best friend?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
As with regard to your relationship to Monique, were you also close to her daughters, Brooke and Nevaeh?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it uncommon for you to talk to them, Brooke and Nevaeh, even when Monique wasn't around?
Yes, ma'am.
You would talk to them?
Mm-hmm.
And how did you communicate with them?
Text, Snapchat, Instagram.
And what sort of things would you guys talk or text about?
Do you want to go eat dinner? You want to come over tonight? Just, you want to go to the, we went camping together a lot, so we would communicate about just family functions together.
Did you feel involved or engaged in their lives and what was going on in them as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Overruled.
You said that you knew Brooke Page when she was in high school. Was that around the time that your family and Brooke's family reconnected?
I think she graduated after, no, she graduated before. My son graduated in 2017. So from 2017, her brother and my son graduated together. They played football, baseball together as children.
So since that time frame is when the two families came together and you had this close relationship that you described?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know Araya Page?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you know Araya?
Araya was Brooke and Justice's daughter.
Can you describe for the jury what kind of relationship you had with Araya, Rhonda?
I loved her like she was my own. I was there for baby showers, weddings, of Brooke and Justice. I gravitated to her just like I would any baby.
And during the course of the dinners and vacations and things that you've described that you did with this family, would you spend time with Araya during those events as well?
Absolutely.
Let's move forward to Miss Stacy Pascal. How do you know Stacy Pascal?
I nannied for her 3 children.
How did that come to be that you became her nanny?
Her nanny up and quit working for her without a notice. And I had several people call me and ask me if I would consider nannying for her. Just in one day, 2 or 3 people called me. And I told her that I would have to think about it and that I would call her within a few days.
At that time, had you been on a little bit of a hiatus from nannying, meaning had you stopped doing that for a little while?
Yes.
Okay. So it sounds as though Ms. Pascal reached out to you to do those services for her. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you actually eventually start watching her children?
Yes, ma'am.
How did that come about? Let me back up. Did Stacy vet you in any fashion to make sure you would be okay and a good fit with her kids?
She called me and asked me. We talked about, the days, how long of days, and then just talked over the phone. And then I eventually went to her house and talked with her and her husband, sit down with her and her husband and her children, I got to know them on a personal, on a level that a nanny would know them, and gravitated to them. They liked me, and that was. I'm
sorry, go ahead.
That's what I loved about them, because they gravitated to me. They didn't know me. They were older. So, I mean.
Did that visit with them lead to you serving as their nanny?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember when you started watching Stacy Pascal's children?
Late February, maybe early March.
And would that have been of last year, 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
When you first started watching them, what days were you keeping them?
Mondays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays.
And where would you keep those children?
I would drive to her house from my house.
Sometimes when you arrived, were the children awake?
Not always.
And so sometimes they were sleeping and sometimes they were awake?
Yes, ma'am.
After you began keeping Stacy's children, did Brooke contact you about keeping Araya for her?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall when that was?
Late May, early June, somewhere in there.
Of last year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
When Brooke reached out to you about keeping Araya, did you immediately say yes, or did you have to check on that?
No, I was working for Stacy, and I said I would have to talk to Stacy because I kept, them at her house. So I would have to, confer with her to see if it was okay. And so, but I would get back with her.
And I assume that Stacy said it was okay for you to keep Araya at her house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall whenever you started keeping Araya, what days of the week you kept her initially?
Mondays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays.
And at that time, did those days line up generally with the days that you were keeping Stacy's children?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there ever schedule changes where you would sometimes have Araya and not have Stacy's children?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there ever schedule changes where sometimes you would have Stacy's children and not Araya?
Yes, ma'am.
So initially back in, I think you said late May, early June, you're keeping Stacy's twins, sometimes her daughter, and then you would have Araya as well.
Yes, ma'am.
And so generally at that time, you're having the twins and Araya those 3 days a week that you told us, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And shortly after, starting to keep Araya those 3 days a week, did that schedule change?
Yes, ma'am. Brooke asked me if her her mother-in-law, Miss Page, went on some kind of leave from work, workman's comp, and wanted to know if Miss Page could keep her on Thursdays. Would I mind?
And when you say Miss Page, are you speaking of Pamela Page?
Yes, ma'am.
And so it sounds as though Brooke is telling you that she would like to keep her on Thursday, and I think you said if you would mind.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by that?
She didn't want to interfere with her paying me to keep the child, and I said that's fine. That's between you two. Whatever you want to do, this is fine with me.
Okay. So you had no opposition to?
Oh, no, ma'am.
To Brooke letting Araya spend time with her
yes,
grandmother.
Ma'am.
Okay. During this time frame, as the schedule is starting to change, and I apologize, when did you say that happened after you started keeping Araya?
I had Araya about 3 weeks when she asked me this.
Okay. So sometime mid to late June, the schedule changed. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Around this time frame, what's going on in your life in particular, or in general, I should say?
Objection, relevance.
How is that relevant?
Your Honor, can we approach? No. It was testified into, on the interview, Detective Doherty asked Ms. Jewell about the things that were going on in her life, and that's what I'm trying to follow up on.
Okay, overruled.
Thank you. So can you describe for the jury kind of what's going on in general with your kids and your family situation?
My daughter just graduated high school, So we went through the whole graduation. We were moving her to college in Gainesville. And then we were scheduled to go in August to England for a baton twirling competition with her.
Is that the trip that was referenced with when you were speaking with Detective Doherty on the interview
Yes,
earlier?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And I think you guys are scheduled to leave for that early August?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would that have been the first time you guys would have been out of the country?
Yes, ma'am.
So kind of a big situation for you guys.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Moving forward to the time frame around July 19th. July 19th was a Wednesday, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's talk about the couple of weeks leading up to that situation and your schedules with the children, okay? Around that time frame, had Stacy Pascal changed your days in any fashion as to when you would keep her twins?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain to the jury what was going on there?
So I had the twins and their daughter usually on Monday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. Her husband's schedule had changed, his job, and so he would work night shift and he would work day shift, and so he would be sleeping, and so she would call me ahead of time and say, "Hey, I don't need you to keep the boys. My husband's going to be home sleeping. My oldest daughter's going to keep them occupied until he gets up." So that schedule had changed within that 2-week span.
On the week of July 19th, did you keep, or the week including July 19th rather, did you keep the twins or their sister on Monday?
I did not.
And why was that?
She had called me and told me that she didn't need me that.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It is, but I'll allow her for context. Go ahead.
Thank you.
She called and told me that Kelly had off and that she did not need my services that day. So I didn't work.
Did you keep Araya that day on Monday?
I did.
And can you describe for the jury, usually whenever you kept Araya, how you would pick her up or how you would come to have her?
I would pick her up in the mornings between 8 and 8:30, depending on what time I needed to be at the Pascal's house. And I would pick her up and take her to the Pascal's house.
And usually when you would pick her up, how would Araya come to be in your vehicle?
I would pull up at Brooke Page's house, and she would put her in the car and buckle her up and put her diaper bag below the car seat.
And where was the car seat usually located in your vehicle?
On the back passenger side.
So in the back seat?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Araya's car seat forward-facing or rear-facing at that time?
It was rear-facing.
And usually when you would have Araya and then you would go to Stacy's house, what would you do with Araya when you got there to Stacy's house?
I would take her out, get her out in her car, the whole car seat, the diaper bag, take her inside. And then as I approached the inside, I would take her out of her car seat. I would place a blanket on the floor because she was crawling, and I would give her toys from the twins, like soft toys for her to play with, and put her on the floor to play with her and engage with her. And the twins loved her too, so they would get down in the floor and play with her as well as her daughter.
On this particular Monday of the week, including July 19th, you testified a few minutes ago that you did not have the twins on that day.
Yes,
do you recall picking up Araya on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do with Araya that day?
I picked her up and I met my daughter, and we went to Hardee's and ate breakfast. Me and my daughter, Araya, still drinking a bottle. So we engaged with her. We was there for an hour, just killing time. An hour and a half, just sitting and chit-chatting because she's got so much going on her life. We just was catching up, me and my daughter.
After you got done with breakfast with your daughter, did you run errands that day?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And then did you end up at a friend of yours' house?
Objection, Judge. Relevance.
I think it goes to show the schedule changes that are going on around that time frame, Your Honor.
Okay, let's move on though. But Gotcha.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did Brooke Page pick Araya up from you that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And did she go to your friend's house to do that?
Yes, ma'am. After I run errands and you know, my errands for the day, I went to my friend's house and Brooke had picked her up from there.
Backtracking to the Wednesday before that.
Yes, ma'am.
That Wednesday, generally, you would have had the twins and Araya, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall if you had the twins on that day?
I did not.
And did you have Araya that day?
Objection again, Your Honor,
I'm going to
relevant.
sustain it. You're losing me. Try giving me some numbers for dates
Sure.
instead
Yes,
of.
sir. Yes, sir. So on the Wednesday before July 19th, which would have been July 12th,
Yes, ma'am.
You said you did not have the twins, correct?
Objection again, Your Honor, relevant. Sir.
I'm going to sustain that. We're getting a little far afield.
Yes, sir. So going back to the Monday that we've been talking about, the 19th, for the record, that would have been the 17th of July, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Judge. Again, I will object because now we're going back to the 17th rather than the 19th.
Okay, well, we're at the 17th. Let's
Yes,
go.
sir.
Okay.
I was simply trying to provide.
Overruled.
Thank you.
Overruled.
I was just trying to provide a court date as the judge requested. So let's move forward to the 19th.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So on that particular day, were you scheduled to keep both Araya and the twins?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Had you been asked to arrive at the Pascal home earlier than usual?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you ever discuss with Brooke Page that arrival change?
Yes, ma'am.
Was she aware that you were coming to pick Araya up early that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In the past, had you sometimes talked with Brooke about the fact that the time changes of when you had to be there at Stacy's home were irritating to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection, Your Honor, leading in relevance.
It is leading. I'll sustain it on that basis.
Had you had conversations with Brooke in the past that were venting in nature regarding things of the way Stacy did?
Same objection, Judge.
Your Honor, I think it goes directly to the...
Overruled.
Thank you. Had you had those conversations in the past?
Yes, ma'am.
Was this something that you would talk to Brooke about in a friendly capacity?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So on this particular morning, did you go to Araya's house, to Brooke and Justice's house, to pick up Araya?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe for us what happened when you got there?
I had text Brooke or more, talked in my phone to Brooke that I would be there in a few minutes. And so Brooke always brings the baby out, opens the door and puts her buckles her up and puts her diaper bag in the floor up underneath her car seat.
And is that what Brooke did on that particular day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you talk to Brooke at that time frame?
I was in the driver's seat and she opened up the door and we was just chit-chatting that way.
Was that a brief conversation with her?
Yes, ma'am.
When you left Brooks, where were you going?
To Stacy Pascal's house.
As you're driving, what are you thinking about, if you remember?
Getting to Stacy's house and being there on time because she had asked me to be there so she could leave by 8:15 before the boys got up.
Was she trying to avoid having to deal with her sons that morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection, Judge, speculative.
Sustain.
If the boys were awake when Stacy left, would it usually take her longer to get out the door?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So as you're driving, you told us a little bit about what you were thinking. Did you think about making any stops?
Yes, ma'am. I was going to pull through Burger King and get breakfast for the twins and their oldest sister.
At that point, would you have been looking for breakfast for Araya from the Burger King?
No, ma'am, because she was still drinking a bottle.
Okay. Was she also eating baby food of some sort at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But nothing table food?
No, ma'am.
So did you actually stop at the Burger King?
I was stopped at the red light right there at the crossing and noticed that there was a long line at Burger King, and I knew that I would not be able to get through the line and be at work on time.
So what did you do?
So I just bypassed Burger King and went to Stacy's house.
Okay. And where is Stacy's house located?
I call it McClenny 2. I don't know the address.
So basically, you enter into McClenny to near where, just past the Burger King, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What happened when you got to Stacy's?
I got there and I grabbed my water bottle, my cup, and I had my lunch in the little tray right there where the cup holder is, and I grabbed it. My phone was right there as well, and I grabbed it, got out of the car to get to the inside before 8:15 so she could leave. She didn't want to leave while the kids were, she didn't want them up. She wanted them asleep so she could get out and she wouldn't be late. And that's what I was thinking is get there on time before they got up.
When you got out of the car, Rhonda, did you get Araya out of the car?
No, ma'am, I forgot I had her.
When you went inside, did you talk to Stacy?
For a brief minute.
Do you remember what you guys talked about?
Just one of the boys had failed the night before, and she was worried that it had bruised, and she wanted me to take a picture and send it to her. And we had talked about my doctor's appointment the next day, and was it.
As you're talking about the doctor's appointment the next day, are you talking with Stacy about the fact that you can't work the next day?
Yes, ma'am.
Leaving, Your Honor, objection.
Sustained.
Had you had a conversation with Stacy about your unavailability on Thursday?
Yes, ma'am.
And why were you not going to be available?
Because I have.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
How is that relevant?
Your Honor, it goes to the schedule changes and the things that Ms. Jewell is dealing with in the moment of what's going on.
Okay, I'll overrule the objection.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Had you, I think the last question was, why was your schedule changing?
On Thursday, I was supposed to work for Stacy, but I had told her that I needed to go to the chiropractor, which I normally went to in McClenny. They didn't have any availability, so I called the one in Jacksonville and Oakleaf, and their first availability was at 10. So I told her I could come afterwards if she needed me to, and she said no, that it was okay. Her mother was coming to take care of the kids.
Were you physically in pain at that point?
I hurt, yes, ma'am, but I mean, it wasn't nothing that.
Did that pain interfere with your ability to take care of the children?
Oh, no, ma'am. I just needed to be, I call it manipulate my hip. My hip and shoulder was bothering me.
And just to be clear, you didn't usually keep Araya on Thursday?
No, ma'am.
Okay. After you were scheduled to be off of work on Thursday, had you worked, did you have any other plans?
We were supposed to leave on vacation that Thursday afternoon.
So backing up to this July 19th date, you have gone to Stacy's house. You've walked inside and had this conversation with her. How long would you say you talked to Stacy before she left?
Give or take 2, 3, 4 minutes.
And did Stacy actually leave to go to work?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do then?
I had texted Brooke and told Brooke that Stacy had just left to go to work.
And the text message, I believe, said
just left.
Shocker, just left. Shocker. What did you mean by that?
Because Stacy would ask me to come to work, sometimes be there at 8:15. She wouldn't leave till 8:30. She would say she was on her way home, or I'll be home at 4:30. She would be there till 5. So that was a little, that's what that was about.
And you and Brooke had discussed those particular issues in the past?
Yes, ma'am.
So you texted Brooke that Stacy had left, and at that point, were the boys up, the twins?
They weren't up. They were up, I would say, within 2 to 3 minutes of me being there.
Okay, So within 2 to 3 minutes of you getting there and getting settled, the boys got up?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you guys do then?
One of them got up and noticed that I was there, and of course, rah-rah, and he said, will you rub my back? So I sat on the couch and I rubbed his back, and a few minutes later, the other one got up, and I would sit on the couch and I would rub their backs, and just engaging with them, and they were very loving children, so they wanted to engage.
Shortly after that, would you have prepared them breakfast that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you actually give them breakfast that day?
Yes, ma'am.
As the day goes along, what are you guys doing?
They have a little magnetic kind of toy that you can put together, it's like a puzzle type thing, but it's magnetic, and we'd sit on the floor and play with it, do a puzzle on the table, go to the toy room and play.
Were there ever times that you were on your phone with the children?
Yes, ma'am. We would watch TikTok together, just funny kids TikToks, stuff like that.
Fast forward to around 1 o'clock, 1:15. Do you recall Brooke arriving at the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell us what you were doing before you became aware that Miss Brooke Page was at the house? Immediately before?
I was preparing lunch for the kids.
Where would you have been doing that?
In the kitchen.
And as you were preparing lunch for the children, where are they?
They're in the kitchen with me as well.
And what are you guys doing as you're cooking lunch?
We were singing, and then one wanted a hot dog, and one wanted French fries, and one wanted, strawberries, and one wanted grapes, and one wanted a juice. And so they were very hands-on, but different and rambunctious. So I was preparing all of their meals. So I had French fries on the stove frying, and I had a hot dog in the microwave, and, trying to get all of that juice made for them. And
was all of that going on whenever you received the phone call from Brooke?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to receiving the phone call from Brooke Page, had you heard anyone knocking on the door?
No, ma'am, I didn't.
Did you hear the doorbell at all?
Ma'am?
Did you hear the doorbell at all?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Whenever Brooke Page called you, can you describe for us what happened?
She said, hey, and I said, hey, and she said, she said, I'm here, and I said, here? I said, where are you at? And she said, I'm at the door, and I said, oh, and
did you go to the door at that time?
I did, but I didn't know why she was there, so I was like, what are you doing? And she said, I'm here, and so I asked her where she was at, and she said, I'm at the door.
Did you go to the front door?
I did.
What happened when you opened the front door?
She opened up the door, and I seen her, and I was still in shock while she was there, and so she had money in her hand and her keys, and that's when I realized I didn't get the baby in the car. I forgot the baby in the car, and so I pushed her out the way, and I was screaming, "Oh my God, Brooke! Oh my God! Oh my God, Brooke!" And I could hear her saying, "What?" And I ran to the car, and I opened up the door, and she was still there. Ryan was still in the back seat.
What happened after you opened the door, Rhonda?
I opened up the back door, and she was left. I accidentally left her in the car. I was like, "Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God, Brooke! Oh my God, Brooke!" And she said, call 911. And so I ran back inside. I couldn't find my phone. And when I found it, I have a code to get in. And I couldn't remember my code to get in my phone.
At that point, after you had found your phone and you're trying to get into it, have you come back outside to the car?
Ma'am.
At that point, after you had found your phone, but you couldn't remember the code to use it, did you come back out to the car?
I did.
Was Brooke on the phone at that time?
I think she was, yes, ma'am.
What did you do at that point?
I got the baby out of the car seat.
What did you do with Araya after you got her out of the car seat?
I held her, and I prayed God was taking me instead. I begged God to give her breath and just take me instead of her.
At some point, okay. At some point, did you take Araya inside the garage?
I did.
What did you do at that point?
Brooke came in, and I think she was on the phone with Miss Pager. I don't know who she was on the phone with, but she had told me to go to the road and wait for 911 to get there so they know where to go.
And did you do that?
I did.
I'm assuming that the EMTs and firefighters, they came?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened after they arrived?
I remember coming out of the garage, and I went to the front porch, and Brooke went somewhere. I don't remember where she went, but I just know we weren't together.
I'm sorry, you weren't
We weren't together.
Did you go back inside Stacy's home at that point?
I remembered that they were supposed to be eating lunch, and I went to go check and see if the stove was still on. I couldn't remember if I turned it off or what. And I just asked Maddie, the oldest daughter, I said, please keep them in here. Please keep them in here. Don't let them come outside.
And after you did that, did you go back outside?
I did.
Did you have to call Stacy Pascal?
I did.
And why did you call her?
Because the ambulance is always there, and I didn't want somebody to call and ask her what was going on. So I asked Stacy, I need you to come home. And she said, what's going on? I said, I just need you to come home. I said, it's not your children. And she said, what's going on? And I said, I forgot the baby was in the car. And I forgot I had her. And
do you remember Stacy coming home?
Vaguely, yes, ma'am.
When Stacy got there, did she speak with you?
She said, what's going on? And I said, Stacy, oh my God, I accidentally left the baby in the car.
Did you get physically ill at that time, Rhonda?
Yes, ma'am.
And what actually happened?
I remember going to the car and getting the baby out of the car seat, or opening up the door, and I had peed all over myself going to the car, and then I threw up.
Did you throw up after Stacy got there and you were having the conversation with her?
Yes, ma'am.
At that point when Stacy came, do you know where Brooke was, where Brooke Page was?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever have an opportunity to speak with Brooke after the EMTs arrived?
I did not.
At some point, the sheriff's office deputies asked you to go to the sheriff's office, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And they actually took you there, I guess is the better way to put that. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You've seen your statement that was played today. Was that the entire statement that you gave them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Going back to this day on September 19th of last year, did you get Araya out of the car when you got to Stacy's?
I'm sorry, say that
When you
again.
arrived at Stacy's that morning, did you get her out of the car?
No, ma'am, I forgot I had her.
Did you realize that Araya was there and think that she was sleeping and it left her there and intended to come back and get her?
No, ma'am, I totally forgot I had her.
Thank you, Ms. Jewell. I don't have any other questions.
Okay.
Cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Ms. Jewell, isn't it true that Brooke and Justice paid you to be a babysitter or a nanny for Araya?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry?
Yes, sir.
That was your decision to be a babysitter for Araya. That was your choice.
Yes, sir.
You had an agreement with them to watch Araya,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, sir.
You had an agreement to care for Araya. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You had an agreement to make sure, when Araya was with you, to make sure that she was safe. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes, sir.
You were her caregiver on the days that you watched her, correct?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it also true that Brooke and Justice paid you money because you were the babysitter on the days that you would watch her?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that on the days that you had Araya, that you were watching and caring for Araya, that you were supposed to feed her?
Yes, sir.
You were supposed to make her baby bottle.
Yes, sir.
You were supposed to mix her baby food together to feed her the formula.
Yes, sir.
Change her diaper when necessary.
Yes, sir.
If she needed baby lotion or baby wipe, you were responsible for that.
Yes, sir.
That was your decision that you told Brooke and Justice that you would do.
Yes, sir.
If she needed a blanket, you'd give her a blanket.
Yes, sir.
A change of clothes, you would take care of her and change her clothes, correct?
Yes, sir.
If she needed a pacifier, you'd give her a pacifier.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
These are things that you agreed to do when you would be caring for Araya.
Yes, sir.
Let me take you to July 19th of 2023. On that day, you went to Brooke and Justice's house, correct?
Yes, sir.
You got up that morning from your house and you drove to Brooke and Justice's house, correct?
Yes, sir.
That was your job.
Yes, sir.
And you didn't forget to do that, correct?
Right.
As I mentioned earlier, you were being paid to do this because it was your job.
Yes, sir.
So you drive your vehicle to Brooke and Justice's house. You did not forget how to get to her house, correct?
Right.
You then pull into the driveway, correct?
Correct.
When you went to Brooke and Justice's house, isn't it true that you had your cell phone with you?
Yes, sir. It was the cup holder.
When you got to Brooke and Justice's house, didn't Brooke have Araya in the baby car seat?
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that Brooke put Araya inside of your vehicle?
Yes, sir.
You were there, you were present, and you saw her put the baby in your vehicle.
Yes, sir.
You didn't forget that. You remember that.
Yes, sir.
You saw Brooke put the baby bag with all of the items inside of it inside of your vehicle.
Yes, sir.
You didn't forget that, correct?
Correct.
You then drove off in your vehicle with Araya in the vehicle with you, correct?
Yes, sir.
There was no one else in the vehicle but you and Araya.
Yes, sir.
You go to Burger King. How far would you say it is from Burger King to Brooke's house?
I didn't go through Burger King. I stopped at the red light.
The red light. How far approximately is it?
I'm not really sure. Not good with distance, so I don't know.
3-4 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Did you forget about Araya in 3 or 4 minutes? You just picked her up.
Yes, sir. I did pick her up. Yes, sir. I agree.
When you got to the intersection of where Burger King is, did you forget that quickly that you had just picked up a baby?
It was not that quickly. I went from...
So you remembered she was in the car at that moment?
No, sir. I didn't. I picked her up.
Is it your testimony today, Ms. Jewell?
Judge, let the witness answer the question, please.
Sustain.
Go ahead and answer, Ms. Jewell.
I picked her up from Brooke and Justice's house at approximately 8 o'clock. And I went through McClenny, through the red lights. And I stopped at the red light at Burger King. And in my mind, I was picking up breakfast for all the kids. And I noticed that the line was long. And I would not make it to the Pascal's house by 8:15. So I just went ahead and went to the Pascal's house because I needed to be inside so she could leave by 8:15.
Okay, so let me back up a little bit. Let's go back to the red light, where the Burger King is. That's just a few minutes from Brooke and Justice's house, correct?
I would say 10 minutes.
My question to you is this. When you got to that red light, where the Burger King is, at that moment, did you forget Araya was in the car?
I did.
You did? So you had gotten up that morning with the job of driving to Brooke's house to get Araya, and your testimony today is after picking up the baby, in approximately 10 minutes, you forgot you had picked up the baby.
I forgot I had her, yes, sir.
And that was your job, to get her. Correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
And as you testified today, you've been doing this for years. Correct?
Yes, sir.
So you leave the Burger King, you go to Stacy's house, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're testifying today that you forgot Araya was in the car by the time you got to the intersection of where Burger King is and also at Stacy's house, correct?
Yes, sir.
So it would be fair to say that at that moment you have failed in your duties as a caregiver, correct?
I did not hear her. She didn't make a sound, so I didn't know I forgot she was in the car. I didn't hear her.
Ms. Jewell, that isn't my question.
Okay,
My
I'm
question
sorry.
is, would you agree, isn't it true? You're saying you forgot she was in a car. You failed as a nanny, as a babysitter, as a caregiver. You're saying you forgot about the baby.
Yes, sir.
So you failed in your duties, correct?
Yes, sir.
You get to Stacy's house and you get out of the car, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had your cell phone in your hand, a bag of chips, a can of chicken, and I think your water bottle or a cup of water, whatever it was, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't forget to take those things out of the car, correct?
Correct. It was sitting in front of me. Yes, sir.
You could have put Araya's blanket in front of you if you wanted to, but you didn't do that. That was your choice, correct?
No, sir. I didn't put her blanket in the car.
Was the blanket in the car?
It was, yes, sir. It was on I guess it was in her bag or...
But you could have put it in the front. You could have put the whole baby bag in the front seat if you wanted to, but you didn't. Correct?
I did not.
So your testimony today is you got up in the morning, you drove to Brooke's house and Justice's house, picked up the baby, and in approximately 15 minutes, you just forgot the baby was in the car, even though that was your job, correct?
Yes, sir, I forgot.
When you went into Stacy's house, you have to agree, isn't it true, you never got Araya out of the car?
No, sir, I did not.
You didn't get the baby bag out of the car either?
No, sir.
You get to Stacy's house, and at 8:17, you've seen the text. You send a text to... At 8:17, the text from you to Brooke is just left. Shocker, with a emoji, a happy face emoji. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
So you sent Brooke a text at 8:17. Miss Jewell, you're saying that you forgot Araya's in the car. But at 8:17, you're texting her mom. There's no reason for you to even be texting Brooke unless you have her child. You're texting her at 8:17 in the morning, letting her know Stacy's left.
This was normal for us to text every day.
You're texting Araya's mom at 8:17.
Yes, sir.
You'd have to agree there's no reason to text her. The only reason is...
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Overruled. Cross-exam.
The only reason to text her is to let her know Stacy has left the house and you have Araya. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir, but it stems from a conversation we had the day before about how Miss Pascal would come and, you know, she would come and then she would leave when I got there. She would leave late. She would come late. She would leave late. That's what that was about.
Miss Jewell, you are having contact with Araya's mom at 8:17. Araya's still in the car. And you're saying today that never rang a bell?
No, sir,
That,
it did
oh,
not.
the baby's in the car.
No, sir, it did
Even though
not.
you're communicating with the baby's mom.
No, sir, because that was normal for us to talk every day.
So let's go to 8:32. 8:32, you have another text communication with Brooke, Araya's mom. Once again, you're having communication with Araya's mom. And you're saying today that still at that moment, even though you're talking to the baby's mom, it never dawned on you, oh geez, the baby is still in the car.
No, sir, I did not. I forgot that I had her. I forgot she was with me.
Let's go to 11:25.
Yes, sir.
At 11:25, you have a communication with Nevaeh Carter. This is Araya's aunt,
Yes.
the 18-year-old girl that took the stand yesterday. And you respond in some Snapchat, responding to some picture she posted where you say, I think it was, hey cuties, Rhonda loves you.
Yes, sir.
Once again, you're having communication with Araya, the baby, with her aunt, Nevaeh.
Yes.
And you're testifying today that now for the third time, you're having communication with someone related to Araya, and it never dawned on you that Araya is in the car.
No, sir, it never did.
On July 19th, 2023, you left Araya in the car for over 5 hours, correct?
Yes, sir.
You never, ever fed her on that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
You never made a bottle for her, correct? Never changed her diaper, correct? Never changed her clothes, correct?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that you never used baby wipes or baby lotion or anything like that for her at all? Would that be accurate?
Yes, sir.
You never did anything that would be necessary for a babysitter or a caregiver to make sure that a 10-month-old baby would be safe. Isn't that accurate?
Yes, sir.
So you failed in your duty of care towards Araya, this 10-month-old child, correct?
Yes, sir.
You admit that.
Because I forgot I had her. Yes, sir.
But you failed in your duty.
Yes, sir.
You had mentioned, I think a little while earlier, that Araya at that age could crawl a little bit. I think you'd have to admit Araya was incapable of unbuckling herself from the car seat or opening a car door at that age. Would that be accurate?
Yes, sir.
On July 19th, Ms. Jewell, when this occurred, isn't it true that you never answered the door when Brooke knocked on it, the front door?
Yes, sir.
You never answered the door when she rang the doorbell, correct?
Right.
Isn't it also true that Brooke would normally, as she testified, she'd come to the front door to pick up Araya?
Yes, sir.
And when she finally called you, you said, "What door are you at?" Correct?
Yes, sir.
On that day, Miss Jewell, were you drinking?
No, sir.
Were you on any kind of drugs or narcotics?
No, sir.
You mentioned you had like a shoulder pain or something. You weren't taking anything for that.
If I took anything, it was Tylenol or ibuprofen.
You mentioned to Investigator Dougherty when you were being interviewed about your child going to college, about going to England. You were focused on that day.
I had a lot of things going on.
But your responsibility was to care for Araya. You didn't do that. Isn't it true?
Yes, sir.
And that was your decision to watch her. You agreed to do that.
Yes, sir.
Miss Jewell, on July 19th, you remember getting up. You remember picking up Araya. You remember trying to go to Burger King, and you remember going to Stacy's house. You remember making text messages twice to Brooke. You remember a Snapchat response to Nevaeh. You remember all that, but you don't remember Araya.
Yes, sir.
Even though that was your job.
Yes, sir. It was my job.
Would you agree that on July 19th, for those 5 hours, it was your responsibility to care for Araya? Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
And you would agree that under your watch, Araya died? Is that true?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Ms. Jewell, when you would care for Araya, you'd have to change her diaper.
Yes, sir.
But on that day, you didn't.
No, sir.
Judge, these have been asked 3 or 4 times already of the witness.
Sustained.
Isn't it true on that day of July 19th, you helped take the dog out or take the dog back in because the dog was outside and it was hot outside?
No, sir. I wasn't in charge of the dog. That was Maddie's dog.
You remember Maddie bringing the dog in?
No, sir, I do not. That was a communication with her and her mom.
You mentioned not hearing Araya when she was in the vehicle.
Yes, sir.
But it is your fault that Araya is dead because you left her in the car.
I forgot she was in the car. Yes, sir.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Ms. Jewell, I have just a couple more questions for you, okay? The state pointed out that it was your job to take care of Araya. Was it also your job to take care of Stacy Pascal's twins and her daughter on that day as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you perform that job?
Yes, ma'am.
I think the state tried to pinpoint or get you to pinpoint at what point in the car you forgot Araya. Do you know between Brooke and Justice's house and Stacy's house at what point you forgot she was there?
No, ma'am.
Did Araya make any noise or anything to remind you that she was there?
No, ma'am.
And when you picked Araya up from Brooke and Justice Page's house on the morning of July 19th, who put her in the car?
Brooke did.
And who usually put her in the car?
Brooke.
And who put her baby bag in the car?
Brooke.
Who usually did that?
Brooke.
And where were both of those items located?
In the passenger side of the back seat.
Ms. Jewell, did you intentionally leave Araya Page in your car?
No, ma'am.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any other questions of this witness at this point?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Jewell, you can step down if you will, please, ma'am, and return to council table. We're going to take about a 15-minute recess. Please be back in your seats ready to go at about 20 minutes till the hour. So we are in recess.
All right.
Your Honor, the blue man's still on.
Be seated, please. Members of the jury, it's a strange world because we're going to try to wrap this case up tomorrow. We've got a lot to do tomorrow. But rather than have you come in earlier tomorrow, you're coming in later tomorrow. Okay? Trust me, we're going to get through this. What you'll need to do is to return to this courtroom for 9:30 in the morning rather than 8:30. It's 1 hour difference because we have some matters that need to be taken care of outside your presence. So we'll be able to do that. So when you get here, we should be able to hit the ground running at that point. Again, the instructions, the short version, don't talk about the case with anyone or allow anyone to talk to you about the case in your presence. Don't talk to the attorneys, the defendant, or the witnesses that you see about anything. Don't investigate or conduct any research pertaining to the case, the defendant, the witnesses, or the attorneys. Don't read or listen to or watch any media account pertaining to this case, and don't visit any place described in the evidence. And when you return in the morning, make sure your cell phone is off. And with that, are there any additional instructions desired by any counsel?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Very well. With those instructions in mind, we are in recess for the jury until 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you, folks. We are in recess.
All right.
Be seated. We are in recess. You can go home. I know. I'm gonna leave him.
Sir.